it's so weird when it's being filmed because the audience quite often has a lot more anxiety than I do. Are you two a couple? Marvellous. You look like a couple. I mean that as a compliment. How long have you two got left? It's just a little joke, you don't need to answer. Genuinely, do you feel like sex is something that you do that enhances your experience of reality, or do you feel like sex and the moment of ecstasy itself distances you from what you perceive reality to be? It doesn't matter. I've got jokes as well that I can do, so that's a good thing. I've got a joke about, I've got some bits. I want to be a bicycle hipster. That's one of my bits. Drinking enough water. You know when people tell you, like, health-wise, you know how much water you need to drink? And you go, what? That's so much water. How is there going to be time? So there's a few of you there that are really going to like that, I think. Privilege. That's not even a bit, that's just a reminder. And a bit about how when I was 11, my mum told me I eat chicken fajitas as if I'm sucking cock. And even at the time, I can remember feeling very sorry for my dad. Because I was using a lot of teeth and I wasn't twisting my hands at all or any of that stuff. Poor dad. Anyway, thanks very much indeed for coming. I hope you're all feeling well. I'm fine. Thank you very much for asking. I've got a bit of a dry cough and a temperature, but apart from that, I think I'll be fine. I'm trying to raise my children gender neutral. Yeah, that usually gets quite a big well done in London, but never mind. You do you, Glasgow. I'm trying to raise my children gender neutral. My children, they seem very, very keen on gender. It's making it very hard for me to raise them as I would like, with my daughter constantly going, Daddy, Daddy, I want to be a princess. No, you don't. You want to be something healthy, like a seahorse or a door, okay? I've given both of you nice gender-neutral names, Onyx and Anvil. Will you listen to me? But Daddy, Daddy, will you stop calling me Daddy? It is a gendered term. My name is Leader. I'm back together with the mother of my children. Yeah, it's a good sentence, isn't it? There's loads of info in it. It took about 3 to 5 weeks of us being back together for her to start lobbying for a third child. Every single time we're out and about and there's a little newborn in a pram that gets pushed by, she starts tugging at my arm and going, I want one, I want one, I want one, I want one. What an acquisitional way to talk about human life. I want one. She goes, well, why don't you want one? And I go, because I'm not sure if I want one. And she says, well, if you're not sure if you want one, why don't we just go for it? People have children under that circumstance with that logic in mind. You'll speak to them and they'll go, we weren't really sure if we wanted kids, but we decided just to go for it. And it's not responded to as delinquent madness. If somebody said to you, you know, I wasn't really sure if I wanted a face tattoo. I decided just to go for it, and upon reflection, it has actually closed more doors than it's opened. She goes, but you'll love it. If we have the baby, you know you'll love it, don't you? I know. That's why I don't want it. Love isn't a finite resource. I'm not going to run out of love. It's not coal or patience. I'm going to keep on making new love depending on how many lovable things there are around me. That's just how love works. I would be much more keen on having a third child if I didn't have to love it. If you could come up to me and go, how are the kids? And I'd go, oh my God, Donnie's just started school and Margot's so sassy and fucking what's his name is in the garden eating booze out of a fox's mouth. I think. I don't care. I only ever wanted a dog. That's all I ever wanted. A little dog and all of the companionship, none of the anxiety, all of the love. Just have someone with you the whole time, a little dog, your friend. When you're watching a film, it comes and puts its jaw on your knee and goes, oh. You know? And if it dies, it's only a dog. I'm not actually asked. It's not giving you any time off work because your dog's dead. I have to speak to my kids. There's responsibility in that. I have to speak to them, they ask me questions, and my responses to their questions, they're important. They form who they become as people. That's a lot of pressure on me, you know? My kid, he came up to me the other day, he goes, Daddy, what's opposite? What? To what? What? What are you talking about? Just fuck off, you're being creepy again. Go away. Ugh. Strides up to me all confident the other day after watching Power Rangers and goes, Daddy, why is my willy sticking up? How do you responsibly answer that question? I just had to say, listen, I don't know, okay? It's a very personal thing. I can't tell you why your willy is sticking up. I could tell you why one's willy might stick up, but I don't know. I can't. Mummy's wearing the strawberry dress again. That always does it for me. Just before bedtime the other night, he was looking out the window at the night sky, and he said, Daddy, there's a new star in the sky. Did somebody die? I just went, yes. Loads of people. Constantly. It never stops. Boop. As we were leaving nursery the other day, like the huge crowd of people, like all streaming out of the nursery and holding hands with them, and he looks up at me and goes, Daddy, why does Yusuf's mummy wear a t-shirt on her head? Come here, please, come here. Thank you. Sorry. Come here, please. Come here. Now, no, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. Yusuf's family believe that if we all saw Yusuf's mummy's hair, all of our willies would start sticking up. And we wouldn't be able to get any work done. And I don't agree with them, but my God, do I respect them. All stifling your laughter. It's on film, pigs. People say that parenting is a full-time job, and it isn't. It's so much worse than that. If you were a recruitment agent trying to get people on board with the idea of being a parent, you'd be hard-pressed to ever get anybody to agree to take the job. Hey, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you. We've just had an opening in the role of parent, and we thought you'd be fantastic. Well, thank you so much for seeing me. May I ask, what are the hours? Well, it's a full-time position. Right. I mean specifically, what are the hours? No, full time. All of your time. All time. Forever. That's it now. Till you go. This is it. Full time. And can I ask, who would I be working for? Well, sociologically, that's actually a very interesting question. I suppose you'd start off working directly for your partner, the mother of your child, and then after a few years, you and your partner both start working for the child itself, and then after many, many years, the child leaves home altogether, and you both start working for your own sense of powerless anxiety. Fantastic. And how much does it pay? It costs £17,000 a year. I see. And how do I apply for this position? You just have to come in her raw. I'll apply tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you. Are their parents in? Yeah. It's a weird thing, isn't it? Having to be somebody's co-parent and their lover. Having the person that you're co-parents with and the person that is your lover be the same person. It's a weird sort of thing to marry together, I think. And that's no more true for me. I know other parents in the room may have experienced this, the phenomena of going down on your partner in the same room as a baby monitor. It can take you out of it slightly, do you know what I mean? I'm a very big fan of oral sex. I like it. I enjoy to receive oral sex. I think it feels very nice. When somebody performs oral sex on me, I'm often thinking, yes. Good. I think the reason why I like to receive oral sex so much is because I love to orgasm and I love to be still. On an occasion. Quite often the person who is performing oral sex on you will go, are you not enjoying it? Why are you not, like, what, are you not enjoying it? Like, do something. No. This bit is for me. I'm just going to lie down, play dead, and then suddenly ejaculate. Don't expect anything from me right now. I also love to perform oral sex. I think that's quite good. I like to perform oral sex on people, currently person, but broadly speaking, people. I've read literature on how to be good at performing oral sex, because that seems like a common courtesy. What you do if you want to be good at oral sex is what you do is you just make your tongue fat. Get a fat tongue. Make tongue as fat as you can. And then swipe up from the neck. Do that for a bit, and then every so often just go across as a treat. That's not really what you do, is it? No. I made that up. You're genuinely supposed to spell something. Apparently. You really are. You're supposed to spell something out on it. You know? Pernicious. I think that's the best word. The best word you can spell on is pernicious. Pernicious, 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 gulag, pernicious. That's usually an orgasm. Also, the good thing about going down on somebody who is your partner or your lover is that, you know, a regular partner, is that you will learn when they're about to orgasm from their cues. They give you different sort of physical and maybe oral cues that let you know that they're about to orgasm, which is useful. So for me, I can tell when my partner's about to orgasm when she starts using the back of my arms like soap dispensers. And when that happens, I can go, oh good, it's nearly done. Which isn't to say that I don't like it, I just am also glad when I've finished it. I'm glad when it ends, but that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy the journey getting there. I don't want you to misunderstand, going, oh, I hate it. It's good, I like it, but also good, it's finished. You know? I wouldn't like football if there was never full time. Make sense? Like, my grandma often says she wishes she was dead, but that doesn't mean she wishes she never lived. Anyway, It's funny because most metaphors are reductive, but that one isn't. That's why that's funny. So I'll be performing oral sex on her in the same room as a baby monitor. I'll be trying my best, everything I've learnt, fat tongue, swipe up, all of that stuff. I can do it for a while. Nearly done. And then suddenly on the baby monitor you'll hear, and she'll go, shh, stop. Okay, carry on. It's not carrying on, is it? We're at a different stage of the process now, aren't we? Is there anything more frustrating than your baby monitor ruining what's going on? It's like losing a saved game on PlayStation. I've done this level before! You know? A part of me misses being single. All the experiences you had when you were single, the fun of it. That's what I want. I want to be single. A big part of my identity is that. All the stories that you have. I went back to this girl's house once, and she opened the door to her house, and she put her keys in a key bowl. Do you ever wonder what sort of person has a key bowl? Little bowl for the keys. What a thoughtful thing to do for your own house. And what kind of person she was. It's not an amazing detail right now, but given what happened next, it becomes quite a good detail. We were in bed and we were having, what I don't mind telling you, was really quite bad sex. And she stopped halfway through and looked at me in the eyes and went, "Piss in my cunt, Alfie." Yes, I agree with you. I'm shocked. I'm shocked as well as you. We're all shocked. I haven't shocked you. We are all shocked at her. Boo! Piss in my cunt, Alfie. Do you ever hear your name in a new context? Alfie? Is that me? I'm Alfie in this. There's not another I'm Alfie. I said, well, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to go about pissing my cunt? I want you to put your dick in me and piss. And I went, well, I'm sorry to have to kind of be overly anatomical about this, but I can't put my dick in you without it being erect, and I can't piss without it being soft. So I'm not trying to be a shit. I'm trying to problem solve here, but I don't know what you want me to do. I could like siphon it in if you like a fuel thief. Does that work for you still? Anyway, she said no, and I left her flat. But as I left, I looked to my left and thought, what a bizarre person to have a key bowl. I was in bed with a girl once. Really, there's nothing better than having a one-night stand and being in the sort of rosy-cheeked, sticky-skinned, lambent glow of fuck. Really good, enjoyable, panting, breathless, good, hearty energy gone into a good bit of fuck, you know? Lovely experience, but of course, with a stranger can be a bit awkward, so we put some music on. Obviously, I'm a big musical theatre fan, so I put on my phone on Spotify, I got the Beauty and the Beast soundtrack. You'll be aware of the Beauty and the Beast soundtrack, track 2, Belle, the big exposition number of Beauty and the Beast. There goes the baker with his bread like always. The shoe like the so to so. Good morning, Belle. It's a great tune. Thank you. I don't need that, but thank you. And we were listening to it, and as sort of relative strangers, we had this shared experience of hearing, at about 1 minute and 30 seconds into this song, there is suggested or hinted to a subtext to Beauty and the Beast that is never remarked upon again, but is so much more harrowing than the story of Belle and the Beast itself. I don't know if you remember this bit in Beauty and the Beast. It goes, bonjour, hello, how is your family? Bonjour, good day, how is your wife? I need 6 eggs! There is somebody who needs 6 eggs! This isn't a case of wanting 4. She fucking needs 6. She needs 6 eggs, and nobody's doing fucking anything to help her. Bonjour, hello, I need 6. Why are you not listening to me? Stop fucking singing! Please, help me! I need them! I need them, please. Bonjour, hello, I need them. They've got my kids! I need 6 eggs! There must be more to this provincial town. What a beautiful moment to share with a relative stranger. And I love that. I love being single. But I love Jessie more than I love being single. You know? Yeah, okay. There's not loads in it. You know, there's enough. That's the way it should be, though. You should value being single, because then you know what choice you've made. You know, if your partner says to you something like, oh, thank God I'm not single anymore. Thank God I'm not I hated being single. It was the worst, wasn't it? All that going out, having to do stuff, meet people. Ugh, I hated being single, but now I've got you. Everything's different, isn't it? Don't have to do that anymore, because I've got you. If your partner says that to you, then who the fuck are you? You could be anybody. That's like somebody saying, ugh, I hated drowning. It was awful, wasn't it? All that water filling up inside my lungs and like slowly dying and not breathing. It was awful, but now I've got this sort of bit of old rotten wood that I'm clinging to for dear life. That in any other context I would ignore or actively hate. I'm so much better than drowning. In the context of drowning, this is a brilliant bit of wood. Obviously, ideally, eventually, I'd like a boat. But for now, this bit of wood. And that's what we've got. Like, me and Jessie want other things, but we want each other more than we want other things. And that's a good way to be. And she understands this about me. Every single time we're in a bar or something, out for a drink together, and we see some couple across the bar about to embark upon a one-night stand, I just tug at her arm and I go, I want one! I'm lucky to have her. I think it's a good thing to weigh all that up. Lucky to have anybody, really. Alcoholic and got loads of debt. Anybody else got loads of debt? You got loads of debt? No? Nobody has any debt. Fucking hell kind of place is this? Oh, we don't go into debt here. It's just like only £3 for a pint, so we've got no cause to go into debt, you see. Is that accent good enough to not be insulting? It's not bad, is it? I love it up here. I think it's great. Whenever I'm up here, I always try and watch a bit of Scottish football. And I just think, good for me. So it's good, isn't it? When you come up to Scotland, you should watch it. If you're not from Scotland, when you're up here, I know it's not on at the moment, but usually you should try and watch a bit of Scottish football. It's really sweet. It's really... It's like a student theatre. Go and watch it and you think, oh, good, they're having a go at that. It's almost like they understand Death of a Salesman. But yeah, keep at it. It's like a homeless person passing the same £5 note back and forth to try and create the illusion of employment. Nobody in debt. I'm in debt. I'm in debt to a debt collection agency. They text me. What a bizarrely intimate thing for your debt collection agency to do. They send me text messages, and the text message go, hi, Alfie. Hi, PRA Group Debt Collection Agency. Hi, Alfie. They go, we've just bought your debt from Lloyd's TSB. I go, what? That was my debt. I would have sold you my debt. I need the money. They really, really went for me a while back, and really started calling me all the time, trying to get me to repay this debt. And I had to go to Dubai to do some shows, quite quickly followed by LA. Now, I don't know if anybody in the room has ever tried explaining to PRA Group Debt Collection Agency that you're currently unable to set up a repayment plan because you've got to go to Dubai, immediately followed by LA. Their sympathy can perish quite quickly. Also, Dubai and LA are very interesting places to go to back. Dubai and LA, they're two manifestations of human ambition, but sort of that operate in the opposite way, as it were. Dubai is very honest with you, very much, here's my stuff, look at the huge building, have a bit of fun with that, isn't it massive? Have a look. It's very direct, very honest. Dubai is like a dick pic. Whatever you think morally of the dick pic, there is no more honest form of communication than the dick pic. Nobody ever looks at a dick pic and goes, wow. What do you mean by that? It's amazing, isn't it? It's like a poem. It could be read in so many different ways. Dubai is like one of those rich kids at school who just wants you to come and play with it. Like, just desperate for any attention. Hey, if you wanted to visit Dubai, that'd be cool with me. We're not doing anything at the moment, so you could just come and visit Dubai if you wanted to. Just come and hang out. We built, poured the water on the desert, so there's a beach there now, and it's pretty cool. It's in the shape of a thing that you can only see from a helicopter. So, you know, Dane Bowers is here. He's DJing. I think he's running away from something, but you could come anyway if you wanted to just come visit Dubai. That'd be okay. And you could drink. You could drink if you want. I won't drink, but you could drink if you'd like. The biggest building in the world. Biggest building in the world. We're actually building an even bigger building next to the biggest building in the world because we realised when you get to the top of the biggest building in the world, there's actually nothing to look at. So. When I was in Dubai with my driver, whilst in debt, PRA Group Debt Collection Agency, with my driver, and I said, who are they over there? And he said, well, sir, those are the slaves. And I went, okay, that's actually a bit of a red line for me. I usually like to have quite an arm's length relationship with my slaves. I usually like to keep them in Vietnam or China or something. And then if they just send me the stuff, it's a lot easier for me to... I'm finding seeing the slaves a little bit much for me, actually. Dubai is very different. Dubai is all about you. It's not about the stuff there, it's about you, man. You can be whatever you want to be in LA. In LA, you can be whatever you want to be, as long as what you want to be is an actor or homeless. Or both. LA is like one of those performative male feminists. And I don't mean any man that identifies as a feminist. I mean those like performative woke bro feminists. Okay. Hey, man. I just believe in treating women fairly. This is my thing. It's no big deal, apart from that it's huge. I just believe in treating women fairly, so, you know, have it that what you will. I just believe in... Yes, why do you keep on saying that? If I said to you, hey, man, I'm not about to violently lash out, would that make you feel more or less safe? I just believe in treating women fairly, man. Cool, man. I've never buried any of my enemies. We've always been great like this, you and me. I love us. Dubai wants to show you its dick so that you'll see its love. And LA wants to show you its love so you'll stare at its dick. They're both morally bankrupt, and yet the debt collectors are after me. When we were in LA, I was with my whole family. We were with my whole family, and we were in the car. It was me, my girlfriend's mother, my 2 children, and my girlfriend's sister, who I quite humorously refer to as my girlfriend-in-law. Yeah, it's a harmless joke behind which lurks the quite real desire to have sex with her. And I think the real reason that I want to have sex with her so much is that I mustn't. Whenever I see her, I go, God, if we fucked, it would just damage the whole fabric of our family life. So let's. I think it's the reason that gay sex must be so hot in Pakistan. I've never been to Pakistan, I've never had gay sex, but I can imagine it being a crossover event. In the club. Hey, Bilal. You're looking good, man. No, not in a weird way, you just like your t-shirts. Nice little stitching kind of feature there. That's cool, mate, yeah. Come here. No, I just want to whisper something into your ear. Come here. Come here. Whoa, Bilal. Come with me, Bilal. No, it's not weird, not illegal, not yet. Come here, man. Come here. Oh my God, we should not be. Well, yeah, but we should. This could devastate. This is fantastic. Bilal, hey, was that? Ooh, I hope the police aren't nearby, Bilal. Did you just hear a Nino, Bilal? I think I heard a Nino. That's the sound of a predominantly white room, working out whether or not it's okay that I Google searched popular boys' names in Pakistan. We were in the car together, me and my whole family. My daughter has just discovered the humour in poo. I say discovered because it is there, it's present in poo. You might have ceased to realise how funny poo is, but that doesn't mean that it itself has ceased to be funny, but more that you yourself have become weary. Poo is an exceptionally funny thing, and my daughter has realised this. She calls everybody a poo. She goes, "Your poo-poo, your poo-poo, your poo-poo." She has a little song that she sings where she goes, "Mummy does a poo, and a wee, and a fat, and a fat, and a fat, and a very big fat." And to be fair to her, I did write that. And she's doing all of this in the back of the car. My girlfriend-in-law darts around her and goes, "Margot, do not joke about poo-poo. It's not funny, and it's not ladylike." Now, funny one thing, ladylike. Do you kind of bristle at the use of the word ladylike? It's quite narrow and turns gender into something sort of narrow and tyrannical. It's prescriptive, and I think it's those prescriptive terms about how we behave in our sort of gender roles that mean that there's so much confusion about what that is at the moment. Without terms like ladylike and manly, maybe wouldn't be so much confusion about the nature of gender. You wouldn't have, 2 toilets, 1 toilets for everybody and 1 unisex toilets with urinals, just in case you want to do a piss out of your gender-neutral cock. It's good that, isn't it? Because I start making one point and then I finish making another one. You don't really know what I think, and neither do I. I don't really like it, ladylike. It's just a bit weird to try and encourage half the globe's population to behave in such a kind of prescriptive, narrow way. More than half the population, isn't it? Isn't it? Women are more than half? Yeah. Why? Does anybody know why that is? Why there's more women? No? Nobody knows. I suppose there's a lot of pressure on you. Must be war. War's got to be one. War? It's got to make a big difference. Drowning? Drowning's got to be one. Drowning strikes me as a very male way to die. Could only be a man that goes, "Yeah, I can make that." Anyway, she's in the back. She's not funny and it's not ladylike. Now, not funny. poo is one of the most diverse comic utilities there is. Poo is an exceptionally funny thing. Poo is extremely... Humour exists in so many different ways. It exists as incongruity, as satire, as humorous superiority. Poo can exist in all these different ways, and poo is one of the only things that it fits into every single one of these bands that humour can be. It's absolutely brilliant. Poo is incongruous. It comes out of your bum, and you must do a poo. That's why it's so funny, is that you must. You don't have any choice in this. You have to do a poo. There's no, will I do it? You will do a poo. So you have to feign that it's funny so as you have some control over your functions, because if you actually had a choice over whether you pooed or not, it wouldn't be funny at all, would it? You have to do a poo. And it comes out whether you will it or not. The only reason that you do a poo is that you think, oh, I suppose a poo is coming out. It's the only reason that you do it. And it's humour as satire of us, of our function. We are all excrement expelled from the bowels of somewhere, all billion-year-old carbon repurposed and reformed into something else at some point to become another thing. Humour as superiority. You're superior to yourself. You think, ah, ha, 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 ha. To think 15 minutes ago I had a poo in me. What a fool I was then. But now I am without. What a nothing I was back then. Mummy does a poo-poo. Mummy does a poo-poo. Yes, Margot, yes. This is succinctly true and important. Mummy wins a South Bank award, but ultimately, Mummy does a poo-poo. We went to Comic-Con as a family. I don't know if you've ever been to a Comic-Con, but it's where people who are in Marvel Iron Fist or Harry Potter sign pictures of their face for a small fee. It's a wonderful day out. And my girlfriend, the mother of my children, Jessie, she goes to these Comic-Cons. She works at them. She has to because she was in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, sure. I've never seen it. I've no interest. But... I believe it's the one where Harry gets sickle cell anemia. Which is, of course, rare if you are a white wizard. She says to me, oh, can you take the kids to Comic-Con? Because I'd love for them to see everybody dressed up as superheroes. I think it'd be a fun day out for them. She's got to go off and do the stall early. I take them in to town in the afternoon to go to the Comic-Con. I don't know if any of you have ever taken two toddlers on a trip to Comic-Con before, but it is one of life's great fucks, trying to wrangle them onto public transport, these death traps where they're absolutely determined to kill themselves and you've got to be responsible and try and go through the arduous process of keeping them alive when their willingness seems to be to do the opposite. And I'm hauling them onto this tube train and they're not grateful and Margot's just calling all the commuters a poo-poo and Donnie's got his erection out and is pressing it on the bars. And I'm just screaming into my palms, I wish you were both one dog! And we get there and the queues outside the building are huge. All full of these people in Spider-Man outfits, which, like, without wanting to be uncharitable, they have bodies that... They're not Spider-Man's body, you know? It's... And most crowds are unified. They congeal together given a singular aim. And that aim is usually positive or aspirational. But the aim of the Comic-Con crowd is to be subordinate to something. And I began to feel just fucking disgusted with these people. And I took my kids and I dropped them off at Comic-Con like the virgins they are. But then, am I really any better? I'm not any better than that. I go to Liverpool for the same reasons. I don't think I'm better than the Liverpool players. I go there for exactly the same reasons. And I have an adult man's sense of love for Liverpool Football Club. And I love the city and the cultural history, the heritage, the people of the city. I love everything about it. And most of all, I crave the acceptance of Liverpool fans. But they won't, because my accent is just too gorgeous. The key moment of my Liverpool supporting life happened on the 22nd of February 2015. Me and my brother met under the clock in Waterloo to take the train to Southampton, where Southampton would play Liverpool that afternoon. I sent him off to go and get the booze. I went to the toilet. He, even though he was underage at the time, is one of these people that has always been able to buy booze owing to the size of his head. People who work in off licenses find it very unlikely that his head would have grown to that size in just 17 years. We get onto the train and I go, open a beer, Sturridge is injured, what's going to happen? Let's talk about it, let's get drunk. And he goes, Alfie, I've got to do some homework. And I go, well, let me help you with it and maybe we can get it done and start drinking sooner. And he goes, okay, it's about protests, it's a politics essay. And I go, okay, well, if you're going to talk about protests, then you've got to talk about the crowd. And if you're going to talk about the crowd, you've got to talk about the crowd's aims and the temporality or permanence of the crowd's aims being the linchpin on which the crowd either grows and continues its existence or indeed ceases. And that's where it all, that's why when you see people with picket signs, with signs like with political messages written on, they often say things kind of fluffy and meaningless, like Tories out or austerity no. Because if they actually wrote anything on there that was achievable or meant anything, then it actually might happen. And then they'd have to stop hanging out with each other, which is actually what they want to do more than anything else. That's why we support football, because there's always a new aim. There's always a new place to go. There's always a new uniting thing to get behind. That's why Leicester City Football Club should no longer exist. They should have won the league and then just ascended to heaven. And this guy behind me, I can see him through the crack in the seats, and he's laughing at me and Louis and the mere idea, the fact that people like us exist. And I go, hey man, do you want to have a beer? We've got some spare beers because Louis not drinking his. If you want to come and talk about the game, he's still doing homework, so that'd be cool if you wanted to have a beer. And he goes, yeah, thanks very much indeed, that'd be sound. I become quite starstruck because I realise that he is Scouse. We have the whole journey just having a great time with each other. We have so much kind of a connection. We have the same level of football knowledge. I don't know if any of you like football, but when you're looking to make a new football friend, you need to make sure that you have the same level of knowledge as your football friend so that neither of you feels condescended to and you can both talk as if what you're saying is important, whereas actually everybody, when compared to football managers and people that work in football, know absolutely fucking shit. So I'm going like, I love passing, isn't it great? And he goes, yes, I've been waiting ages for somebody to say that. And we're talking for ages. We pull into Southampton Central and he goes, so come on, man. Sound, really nice to meet you. A group of us are meeting around the corner from the ground. So if you want to come and have a bevy with us, that'd be cool with me if you fancy it. So you want to come down, group of us. It's the Liverpool pub when we're away in Southampton. So if you wanted to come, I would love that. Thank you. Thank you. He goes off and gets us a taxi. I'm in Louis' ear going, do not fuck this up for us, okay? Just be cool. Be cool, okay? Do not fuck this up. Like we're about to be let onto P. Diddy's yacht. We get there and everybody's so friendly. Everybody's so welcoming. Going, fucking hell, come on, man, have a bevy. So what do you think of the game today, man? Yeah, fucking cool, I fucking love it, man. Yeah, no, you seem son. Oh, you met Craig? Craig, come over here, meeting new friends. Hey, come on, lad. And it is brilliant. These are proper Scousers as well. Not fucking radio Scouts. Hello, welcome to City Talk 96. No, they're proper, visceral, guttural Scouts. It sounds like a Central African clicking language. And well done me for understanding it, actually. And none of them mention that we're Southern. They all think it. You can just see it register behind their eyes. Like, you know when you see an old person speak to a black guy? You're black. Our mate from the train, Johnny, introduces us to his old best mate, Chris. These are the nicest, most welcoming, warm, energized people that I've ever met, so spiritually engaged with other people and non-judgmental. It feels fantastic. We get rounds in, we're very, very good like that. They get rounds in, we take strips off each other. It's really, really, really nice, and it's everything I've always wanted. Then Chris goes, come on, Mum, we need to walk to the ground, we're going to beat the day in there. And then we start walking to the ground. When we're walking to the ground, they get out a little bag of ecstasy, and they start putting it down their throat, going, fucking hell, man, there's nothing better than when you take an echi and you're coming up just as the game starts and the songs move into the back of your mind and the green of the pitch starts to wave, man. Do you want an echi? Do you want an echi? And I said, thank you so much, but I won't. The offer alone was serotonin boost enough for me. We get to the ground and I want to hug them goodbye and I want to exchange numbers, but the male emotional faculty doesn't tolerate too much exposure. So I move my shoulders at an angle towards him to suggest a hug, but I put my hand out as a buffer just in case it doesn't go my way. And we shake hands and we say, see you later, but I won't see them later because we're about to enter a little enclave of 4,000 people in a stadium of 28,000 people. Me and Louis walk into the ground. We walk up the concrete aisle staircase in the corner of the ground where they've put all the away fans. And we've got aisle seats, row M, which means minimum heads in the way of what you're doing. It means we've got aisle seats, and we watch the teams warm up for a bit. I look across to the far right where some of the Liverpool fans meet the police barricade, and there are Southampton fans on the other side. And already some more violently minded Liverpool fans are exchanging some ideas with some of the more violently minded Southampton fans going, fucking, come on then, fucking meet me outside then, I will fucking end your life, lad, I will fucking end your, fucking look at me like that. All got hot dogs, freshly bought hot dogs in their hand, waving out these hot dogs about like it's their dad's dick, going, you'll love me one day, lad, fucking meet me out. No, because I'm from another city, you see, and being from somewhere else is actually a big part of my identity, so it's making me fucking livid that you are from somewhere else. Me and Louis watch that and think, oh, that's a shame. And we watch, as row M continues, we've got our seats, and on the other side of the concrete staircase, row M continues, and we see Johnny and Chris bouncing down the aisle. And they take the seats on the other side of the staircase. They're on row M aisle seats as well. By like chances of 1,000 to 1, we're sitting next to each other, and there's no fucking shit handshake now. We embrace each other because the universe has allowed us some more time together, some closeness. These unlikely friends and unlikely friendship allowed to continue their journey together. It's absolutely fantastic, and we hug and we're going yes and punching the sky, albeit they are absolutely chewing their lips off at this point. But to me, it was a very real and human moment, actually. We watched the game. Philip Coutinho, he scores a long-range drive into the top corner of the goal. It hits the crossbar and then thuds into the floor of the goal. And then that's the best goal. If you don't like football, that's the best one that you can score. It was extra points good on that day because when the ball hit the crossbar, it was raining. So raindrops fell like tears from God. We didn't spend any time on our seats. We spent the whole time on the concrete staircase. The whole time, just talking to each other, going, fucking, I told you earlier, passing, it's fantastic. And we watched the game. And because we're standing on the staircase, the steward has to keep coming to tell us off. And he goes, excuse me, can you not stand on the staircase, please? Because actually, it's a fire hazard. So you need to take your seats, please. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And Chris does this thing, which I think is quite a Scouse thing, but I'm not sure, where he goes, no, you're right. No, thank you for telling me I'm in the wrong there. I'm in the wrong. Fair play to you, man. Fair play to... I'm in the wrong, you're in the right. Thank you for telling me that I was in the wrong there. I'm going to go take my seat now, man. Thank you very... Have a nice day. Fair play to you, man. Fair play. No, you're doing your job. You're just doing your job. Sound. Thanks very much indeed for telling me that I, in that instance, was in the wrong. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for taking me seat now. Cheers, pal. Take care. We win 2-0. It looks like we're going to qualify for the Champions League. We don't, but there you are. We walk through Southampton, one of the worst cities in England, I think. And we make our way back to Southampton Central train station. We've got beers from Sainsbury's, and we board the train. But they've made loads of train cancellations, and the train has fewer carriages than we thought we were originally going to get. So we're all cramped up. We can't move. We can't enjoy each other. We're almost too close. The crowd's too cramped to react to itself. So we're just there, face in face, can't open our beers. And Chris just cracks his head to the side slightly and looks through the glass door that separates the two carriages. And he sees through the glass door that first class is empty. And then he goes, "Come on, lads! They can't arrest us all! They can't arrest us all! Come on!" He starts Gandhiing everybody into first class. And I'm right behind him going, "Yes, actually, come on, could we? Thank you." And we're in there. Louis got his laptop out again, taking a second pass at his homework, cut to death. I'm sitting next to some bloke who I don't know, but I want to get to know. I say, "Hey, did you enjoy the game?" And he goes, "Yeah, it was sound." I go, "Brilliant. Do you live in..." "Yeah, Liverpool, sound." "Okay, cool. And you, as you go to the game a lot..." "Yeah, I'm a season ticket holder, yeah." "Right, great." And I had to say to him, I said, is something wrong? Sorry." And he went, "Yeah, well, we didn't have people that sounded like you come in the game when I was a kid." I know. Globally speaking, it's not an incredibly big problem, but it did upset me personally. And I went, "Oh, okay." But immediately I said to him, "Mate, I understand. I totally understand. It's a big part of your life is Liverpool Football Club, and a big part of your life is the city of Liverpool, and those are intertwined and interwoven, and you've grown up in Liverpool and seen what's happened, and there's a lack of central government funding from London that causes a kind of siege mentality. Lots of the most brilliant and best cities get a lack of central government funding, and it creates this civic identity that I think Liverpool thrives from, but obviously it's very hard to enjoy those benefits when you're suffering from perhaps a lack of investment in services that you feel that should be there. Not only that, but Liverpool's a port city. It's always had quite an outward-looking identity and been a cultural melting pot for other places, and perhaps had less of an Anglic influence than a lot of other cities in the UK. So when you go to a Liverpool game, the sense of community and the sense of being somewhere where you feel recognised and seen and like you are with your people, that's important to you, and the accent's a big part of that. So I understand that when you hear an accent like mine, a place where you go to feel connected to something, it can feel alienating at exactly the point that you wish not to feel alienated. So I get it. I get it. I suppose also when you were a kid, you wouldn't have had Felipe Coutinho Correa scoring a goal either, would you? But I suppose that's the thing with globalisation. You've really got to take the rough with the smooth. And just then the ticket inspector comes in and goes, "Excuse me, have you all got your first class tickets?" And Chris goes, "No, you're right, I'm sorry. But obviously we're not going fucking anywhere." I love it. I love being part of a crowd. I love the feeling and the sense of being. I love all of that. But I'm deeply suspicious of it. The drive of group identity will most often be superior to individual rationality, and that's what needs to be warned against. Whether you're at a Comic-Con or a Liverpool game, whatever, it's always there. And that's something that Jordan Peterson has put very succinctly in many different lectures, in many different debates. He has always warned of the pernicious influence of group identity on our society, and the fact that when we see or are visited by group identity as a force in our society, we are to warn it off, to get it away, and to resist group identity in all its forms. And group identity, Dr. Jordan Peterson has described as such an awful thing so many times that he's actually managed to forge one of the strongest group identities there is around exactly that idea. Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-racist. He's been searching for racism his whole life, searching for the cause of racism in our society and trying to weed racism out wherever he can, looking for the source of racism, looking to end racism at the source. And Jeremy Corbyn, in his infinite wisdom, has come to the conclusion that racism can only be the fault of the Jews. Now that's quite a similar joke twice, isn't it, with different characters? And my job as a room distilling comedian is to get rid of everybody who reacted angrily to either joke. And my dream, to be honest, is to come back here next year with a smaller and better crowd. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much! Thank you so much. Cheers. I hope you all have nice lives and you all get what you're looking for and that everything goes your way. My name's Alfie Brown. Thanks very much indeed again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Go wild and please welcome to the stage Harriet Kemsley.
Hello. How are we doing? We all right? It is very nice to be here. I'm just always thrilled to be somewhere that isn't a wedding. It's just so nice for me. Particularly as the last wedding that I went to, it was back in Kent where I'm from, so my husband wasn't invited. And I got there and I realised I had slept with 3 of the men there. That's quite a high percentage, isn't it? Yeah. And it was a small wedding, mainly family. Oh my God. But then I was like, let's reframe this actually. What a legend. I should tell someone about this, share the good news. I was quite drunk, so I was like, oh, should I tell? Then I was like, I know who'll appreciate this. My husband. So I messaged him, but because I was quite drunk, my use of past and present tense was off. So I just messaged him saying, I've slept with 3 men at this wedding! Exclamation mark, phone died. The problem in my relationship is that I am a very bad drunk and my husband is sober. And the problem is you drink to forget, don't you? But he remembers everything that I did the night before and then he tells me the next day, which I think is rude. We're very proud of him though. He's been off the drink and drugs for 8 years. It's quite an achievement. Yeah, and I just thank you. I just can't wait till he relapses. Can't wait, counting down the days. Okay. We've been together for a long time now, over 10 years, so it's hard to keep the spark alive. One of the things we did recently that I recommend is we did our love language tests. I don't know if you know about love languages. So you find out what you need in a relationship to feel loved and appreciated. So it turned out my husband's love language was physical touch and quality time. So time spent with me made him feel loved and appreciated. And my love language was acts of servitude and gifts. I don't think my husband is my soulmate. I think that my soulmate is Amazon Prime. I'm in love with them. It's a problem. We went away for our anniversary recently to keep the spark alive. We went to this really nice hotel and we were sat outside in the courtyard and the sun was setting. I'd got really dressed up and I saw him looking at me and I was like, oh my God, I think he's about to tell me how beautiful I look. And then he's in tonight. I thought he was going to tell me how beautiful I looked. And so I was like, yes. And then he just looked at me and he went, Harriet, it's so weird. Like in some lights, it really looks like you have a beard. And I was like, oh, I did not think you were going to say that. Okay, happy anniversary. Enjoy this one because it might be your last. So yeah, we've been together for over 10 years and I have never cheated on him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I feel so proud about that. And it's because I have cheated in past relationships. And I know that is bad. I know it is a terrible thing to do. You can really hurt somebody. But my God, you feel alive. What a thrill, you know. You're like, oh, they did the phone. Yeah, no, it's a very bad thing to do. And I got a taste of my own medicine because early in my relationship with my husband, before he got sober, he cheated on me. And for a lot of people, yeah, that would be a deal breaker. They'd break up with him and they'd say, that is it, you don't deserve to be with me. But I think actually the bigger punishment is to stay with them and make them suffer every day for the rest of their lives. I'm like, did you do the dishes? And he's like, no. And I'm like, remember. He does them. One of my friends said that the best revenge if someone cheats on you is to sleep with their best friend. But my husband's best friend lives with his mum and doesn't believe in showers. Like, I only would have been hurting myself, you know. For me. I'm the kind of woman that thinks every erection is about me. Do you know what I mean? So like, my husband will wake up with a boner and I'll be like, oh my God. I can't believe I did that. And he's like, Harriet, it's something to do with you, I was asleep. And I'm like, I was asleep too, this is mad. Oh my God. Imagine what I can do when I'm awake. This is crazy. I am so powerful. So yeah, we've been together for over 10 years. So we met before the apps. So we met the old-fashioned way. I don't know if people are dating on apps, but a lot of my friends, they're worried they won't have a story to tell their kids when they grow up about how they met. So me and my husband are so lucky that we met the old-fashioned way. So we can say, when they say, oh, Mummy and Daddy, how'd you meet? We can say, oh, Mummy and Daddy met the old-fashioned way. Mummy and Daddy were at a party and Mummy and Daddy's eyes met over the dance floor and then Mummy went home and fucked someone else. The old-fashioned way! A lovely little bedtime story. So romantic. I was single for a long time before I met my husband and I always thought, like, to be in a relationship, you have to be perfect. That's what I thought. Like, for someone to love you, you have to be perfect. So what happens is you meet someone, they just pretend that you're perfect. You know, it's like, hide that crazy deep down. Yeah. And you go out for a bit and you're like, they're falling for this. Yeah, just gotta keep pretending you're normal. And you go a bit longer and you're like, yeah, no, I'm cool, whatever. Yeah. And I thought what happens is one day you get married and you're like, surprise! It's too late! He's fucked. What I realised is I got into my 30s, I was married, and all my friends in the same situation, they were like, don't you find hope in your 30s to get married? All your family is saying, when are you going to have a baby? When are you going to have a baby? But what I realised is that no one in my family was saying that to me. Like, if anything, my mum was like, no rush, you know. My grandma was like, some women are never ready. You just do you. And I think the reason reason is I'm a bit of a mess. I have a scientific reason. I got diagnosed with something called dyspraxia. I don't know if you know what that is. It basically affects your spatial awareness, your coordination, your thinking can be a bit confused. And I found out I had it because I was at dinner with my family and my sister said, Harriet, I was watching Embarrassing Bodies last night and I think you might have the same thing as the woman on it. And I was like, that is not a sentence you ever want to hear. Okay. And so I had to get tested for it, and I was so nervous and worked up at this test and what it meant. And the professor was coming to my house to test me, and it was going to take all afternoon. And I got so worked up that I opened the door to him, and I just burst into tears, and I started crying in this poor professor's face. And I was like, I'm so sorry, I just got so worked up at this test and what it means. I was like, come in. And I led him into the living room, and I got my foot stuck in a bowl. So I was crying with my foot stuck in a bowl, and I was like, I'm so sorry, just give me one moment while I just get this bowl off of my foot. And then he was like, no, thank you so much, Harriet, you just saved us 5 hours. I think you got it, love. I think you got it. So I was like, cool, what does that mean? He's like, don't worry, there's a dyspraxia forum for your sort. I really recommend it, bunch of morons. Some people are very serious, it really affects their life, but some people, they're just looking for an excuse. There was this one woman on it called Sheila, and she was like, hi guys, I don't know if this is a dyspraxia thing, but it really burns when I pee. I don't think that's a dyspraxia thing, Sheila, you know. It's a heavy weekend, Sheila. Like, you need to lie down, it's a cranberry juice, Sheila. It's a different thing, Sheila. It's different. So the diagnosis helped me to make sense of a lot of my life, you know. I lived in chaos, particularly when I was single. I once went home with this guy, right, and I was trying to act really together and really normal, because I liked him. It was the first time I went home with him. We went back, and he went to take off my skirt, and I was like, yeah, cool, mate, whatever. And then he went to take off my pants, and that's when I realised I'd accidentally put on 2 pairs of pants. So he took off the first pair, and then it was just like, oh, God! It's like, whatever she's hiding, it's clearly for a good reason. We just went to sleep. This different guy once came back, and my room was such a mess that we got into bed, and he found in my bed a high visibility jacket. I don't know what he thought. Like, you know how some people are turned on by danger? No, I'm aroused by safety. Buckle up, okay? I was standing outside my show last week, and there was a queue of people waiting to see me, and one of them this guy was wearing a jumper saying Harvard. And I was like, oh no, I don't know, people that went to Harvard are going to be for me. And so I said to her, did you go to Harvard? And she said no, and I thought, phew, because people that go to Harvard, I don't think they're my crowd, but people that buy a jumper for $7.99 from H&M that says Harvard, they're my people. Okay. I went to this dinner party recently, and it was full of all these really smart people. And everyone was asking the smart people questions. Someone was asking about climate change and dark matter, and I was pretending to listen. And then it got to me, and they were like, Harriet, do you have any questions you've always wanted to know the answer to? And I was like, yeah, this is my moment. And I was like, okay, if sperm can swim, why doesn't cum move? Yeah, gotta use your brains for this one, everybody. Yeah. So you see it on TV, and it's like, woo! And then it comes out, and it's like, splat. What is it doing behind our backs? Right, we've all seen the film Flubber. If you haven't, what are you doing here? It's a classic. 2 years ago, I had to grow up because I found out I was having a baby. And so I was like, right, what do you do when you're growing up? Right, I had to get life insurance. That's a grown-up thing you do, you get life insurance. Think about the future. But I looked into it, right, and you get so much money. It's fucking nuts. You can get literally like £250,000. So I was like, if I was to die, like, that would be the worst day of my husband's life. Like, undoubtedly, like, the love of his life, the mother of his child had just died. Then he wouldn't be able to help it, right? He'd have one moment where he'd just be like, woo! I won the fucking lottery! And I said, for that reason, I didn't get it. Because I would rather my newborn baby went without than my husband had that joy. That is how I feel about that. Yeah, having a baby was a big decision, right? Very big decision. Not the biggest decision I'll ever make. That's whether I'll get a fringe or not. That's more a long-term kind of thing. I think people make it quite stressful, the thought of having children. People really play it down. Like, Michelle Obama said this year that she hated Barack for the first 10 years of her marriage. And Barack Obama, it's her husband. I don't know, like, she said it because she wanted to give regular people hope. But I don't think she realised that actually took away all hope, because we're not married to Barack Obama. Right, because if my husband's busy, it's because he's having a nap. If Barack was busy, he was like in the octagon or whatever, you know? It's a different thing, it's different. So people have asked me when I knew that I wanted to have a baby, and the truth is, it was the night that my cat died. Traditional. Because I love that cat so much, right? I love that cat more than certain family members. Like, maybe not my husband, but like my uncle. You know, like, when I cried, that cat licked tears from my face. My uncle has never done that. If he did, it'd be weird. I'd be like, get off, Unks, what are you doing? Anyway, so I got back from the vet and I was so sad about my dead cat and I couldn't stop crying. It was this magical evening, it had just started snowing, and I looked down at my phone, I'd been tracking my periods, and I knew that I could get pregnant that night, and then the soul of my cat could get reincarnated into my baby. What? And I told my husband that, and he refused to have sex with me. But I had a baby, didn't I? Okay. And so I knew that I wanted to have a baby, but I knew that I didn't want a boy. You're not meant to say that, right? You're meant to say, I don't care about the gender as long as it's healthy. But the truth is, I would have rather a girl with a limp. And I know that gender is a construct, right? I just didn't want that toxic male energy. I happily would have taken a little femboy with hay fever. And I love that little sneezy boy. Has anyone here been pregnant recently? Give me a cheer. Had a baby recently? Woo. Did you like being pregnant?
Yeah.
Fuck you. No, good for you. So happy for you. Fucking hell. I don't know. I just found it was a load of things you can't do, right? Like, you can't drink, you can't go on roller coasters, you can't do drugs. In moderation. NHS advice. Trust yourself, you know your body. No, I shouldn't do them anyway. I get a rash. I experimented a little bit in my 20s and I'd always like react really strangely. I once got home from this party and I was like really wired and I couldn't sleep, and I was like, I know, I'd go and chat with the guy at the local shop because I was friends with him. Lucky him. I got there and I was like, we get on really well. We've had this mad idea, right? If we're not both married by the time that we're 40, we should marry each other. And he was like, I'm 62 and this is my wife. Okay. Interesting. I found all the advice when I was pregnant so patronising. Right? I read this book and they were like, look, you have to eat really healthily and think of the baby all the time. If you do accidentally eat half a pizza, go to bed, wake up the next day, and it's a new day. And I was like, half a pizza? I've never eaten half a pizza in my life. The only time I've ever eaten half a pizza is when I've eaten my own pizza and then said to my husband, you can finish that. Have your pizza as well, thank you. And I was so worried about my body changing, and I think all the celebs make it so difficult because they're like, I had to work so hard to get my pre-pregnancy body back. I had to work so hard, I didn't even recognise myself after I had a baby. But what I realised, right, is that my body didn't really change. The key is to have a bit of a garbage body beforehand. I've had a double chin and a wobbly tummy since I was 13. I'm back, baby. yeah. It's the same old me. Okay. So worried because they say when you have a baby, like you can just go around, live your life, just piss yourself out of nowhere. And I was so nervous, I was worried, and I opened up to a friend of mine, and she was like, Harriet, I've been on nights out with you, you've pissed yourself loads. You don't need to worry about that at all. And then I was worried because they say when you have a baby, your vagina become one. But like that's a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm a busy lady, you know. I don't have time for a vagina and an arsehole. I've got things to do. I've got a baby to raise. Yeah, your vagina and your arsehole become one. It's like some kind of fucked up Spice Girls song, isn't it? Horrible. It took me a while, though, to feel like myself again. I had this moment in the summer where I just stopped breastfeeding, and I went to this spa, and I was sat in this steam room alone, and I was like, you know what? I'm back. I feel good. And in that moment, the door of the steam room opened, and this woman peered in, and the steam cleared, and she looked at me, and she went, Tony? I was like, I'm not Tony. And then, to be fair, I saw her with a guy afterwards who I guess was Tony. Absolute spit. Me and Tony separated at birth. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult to be sexy because there's a specific sexy look, isn't there? It's like the Kardashians and the Love Island girls. It's like swollen face, swollen lips, and swollen areas. And that's actually quite a good look for me, right? Because I have a very allergic reaction to nuts. And so that look to me is just mid-anaphylactic shock. So I'm like, quick, eat some peanuts, upload me to Instagram. I've never been so beautiful. But it works in good ways though, these allergies, because I didn't have to do those pelvic floor exercises, you know, Kegels. I didn't have to do them because I just put peanut butter on my vagina and it swells up in no time. It's great. It does, so it attracts a lot of dogs. It's been a difficult couple of years. A lot of people got puppies. I have been trailed by many Labradoodles, let me tell you. And I was like, maybe I should get lip fillers, you know? I've got some friends that have it looks great. Then I read this article and they were like, the idea behind lip fillers is you want your lips to be big, but they're not just big, you want them to be tender. And then you put lip gloss on them and then they look like a wet vagina. And then potential mates are like, oh my God, there's a vagina on that woman's face. Let's marry her immediately. But I found a more fun way to do it, right? What I'm just like, I'm gonna smoke loads of cigarettes. Yes, my lips look like a really wrinkled arsehole. Yeah, I know what the boys want. Because the look they're trying to achieve, the Kardashians, is this body shape they weren't born with, where they get the fat sucked out of places and added to other places to create this cartoon body shape, like Jessica Rabbit, right? But I don't want to be Jessica Rabbit. I want to be a different cartoon. Yeah, I want to be Minnie Mouse. Yes, I want to get all the fats into my hands. Yeah, the massive hands, you know. Just make all the dicks are really small. Yeah. Massive hands, tiny dicks. Let's go. Okay. Because Kim Kardashian said this year that she would eat poop if it made her look younger. And Gwyneth Paltrow was like, ka-ching! Somebody get a bucket, let's do this, okay? And I don't know, like now you can change how you look if you don't like it. If you have enough money or you have a friend with a steady hand. And I don't think my generation knew that was an option, right? I have a friend, she's 10 years younger and she got a nose job. And I said, why did you get a nose job? And she said, oh, I saw a picture of myself and I didn't like how I looked, so I decided to change it. I don't think my generation knew that was an option. Instead, you get ready for a night out, look in the mirror, not like what you saw, do a Jaeger shot, get on with it, you know? Different approach, different. And I've now had a daughter, you know, and, you know, I was thinking maybe I should get a nose job because my nose is a bit wonky. Then I was thinking what will happen when my daughter, she grows up and she looks at me and she's 8 or 9 and she says, Mummy, why don't I have the same nose as you? And I'd have to say, oh, Mummy did have the same nose as you, but I got rid of it because it made me feel sick. But you can't do that because you don't have any money. I said that on this Zoom, right, with all these LA producers, and I realised as soon as I'd said it that they had all had nose jobs. But I feel really safe here in Soho with you guys. So. Real nice crew, good for us, okay. Stay true, all right. So I was thinking, maybe I'll get Botox soon. But then I thought, you know what a middle ground is? Rather than get Botox and put poison in my face, instead I'll get microneedling and burn it off. That seems like a better idea. And so I got it right, and I went so red. And before she showed me the mirror, the lady was like, okay, before I show you how you look, I'm just going to say, don't be alarmed. Nothing ever good happens after the sentence, don't be alarmed. But for some reason, I was so confident about it. I really thought she was going to be like, don't be alarmed. But it has gone so well, you look so young that we are concerned that you're a paedophile risk. And we don't know if you should leave here. It's concerning. It's a bit worrying, actually. We are nervous. I don't know. Apparently now the average woman in America spends $15,000 in her lifetime on makeup. Like $15,000. Like, what a waste, you know? Like, you get 2 boob jobs for that. No one's looking at your face, are they? They're looking at your 6 boobs. 4 on the front, 2 on the back. Let's go. Okay, pretty fun. But it affects everything. Hillary Clinton, when she was running to be president, her team apparently did a survey on what could make her more likeable. And it turned out what people were put off by was her face. So she had to spend an hour in hair and makeup every day, something the male candidates did not have to do. And I think it's kind of good she didn't become president, you know, because then she'd have had to spend an hour in hair and makeup every day. She'd have to be president. Like, how is she ever going to find the time to run her paedophile ring? It's a joke for all my QAnons out there. You think I don't got you, but something for everyone, you know, yeah. No, but Bill Clinton managed it. So it's possible, allegedly. Okay, don't get me, Bill. I went to the hairdressers when I was pregnant, and we were just chatting, and had my phone, and she saw the screensaver on my phone. It said my husband, and she went, "Oh, is that your husband?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And she went, "Yeah, no, I can see the resemblance." What? I mean, this seems rude, I don't know. I was really nervous about giving birth. I was so nervous about it. I was convinced I was going to die in childbirth. And I spoke to a friend of mine, and she was having a baby around the same time. And she said, "Harriet, I was convinced I was going to die in childbirth too." And I was like, "That's mad." And she was like, "Yeah, did you have the chat with your husband?" And I was like, "Yeah." She said, "Yeah." I said to my husband, "No matter what happens, don't worry about me, just save the baby. Don't worry about me, just save the baby." She was like, "Did you have that chat?" And I was like, "Yeah, I had that chat, but it was different." I was like, let's aim for both, you know, because I spent a lot of money on therapy and that shouldn't go to waste. And I had given up a lot over 9 months. I shouldn't have given up my life. I had given up soft cheese. It is a lot to ask, actually. And so the labour happened very quickly. So I knew that I was in labour, but no one believed me. And I think one of the reasons is that my waters didn't break. And so the baby came out in the amniotic sac, like in the cow. But we didn't know that at the time. So she just looked like an alien splodge. And so the midwife said to my husband, "Oh, do you want to go and have a look at the head?" And so he went to go and have a look. And I went, "Oh, what does she look like?" And he went, "Don't worry about it, we'll see." I was like, "What do you mean, we'll see?" And he was like, "Let's just get it out and then we'll deal with it." Fucking hell. I was like, I didn't think our future would emerge well, but I think we're creating an alternate life force. Like, what is happening? And I wanted one of those nice photos after I gave birth. You know, like you see on Instagram, like they give birth, they look so fresh, you know. And I was thinking, that's what I want, but I'm going to have to cheat the system. So I was like, as soon as I got into labour, I had a shower. But then the problem is, my labour happened so quickly, I didn't have time to dry or brush my hair. So my hair looked wild. I was coming down off morphine. The baby was beautiful, but like when her face settled. And so we have this photo of both of us. It looks like we've both just come out of an amniotic sac. Then my friend was like, "Harriet, I didn't see a photo on Instagram of the birth." And I was like, "Yeah, we're really private people, actually. Keep that between us, thank you." Okay. So we had to name the baby, traditional. We decided to call her Mabel, little baby Mabel. It just felt a very comforting, familiar name, like we'd always known it. And it turns out Mabel is a very popular name in our area for dogs. Absolutely loads of Mabels everywhere. I'm like, "Mabel," and then loads. It's the peanut butter. It's different. Let's not go into it here. Okay. So Mabel was born one day late, one day after her due date, and my husband, he was actually 3 months premature, which is very premature, and that means that the baby is actually more developed than him. It's amazing. She's going to be raising him soon, you know. I am actually glad that he was premature. You're not meant to say that, but I am, because I don't think I could have got him if he was fully cooked. You know what I mean? Like, he'd have full lung capacity. He'd be able to run. Too good for me, thank you, too good. People have asked me like what I thought the birth was like. I thought it was a bit like anal. You know, like you're worried it might hurt, you're worried that you might poop yourself, but it's all just worth it for that little look on your partner's face. So it suddenly all made sense. I was handed the baby and I was like, "Oh my God, I get it, finally. My whole job in life is just to keep this little precious baby safe." Then I was like, "What the fuck? I've been trusted with a baby. I'm not a trustworthy person. I was once walking down the street and I fell down a 10-foot hole. I can't be trusted with a baby, this is chaos." And so then we had to take the baby home, like you have to. They insist, and the problem is we didn't have a car seat, and they insist they see a car seat before you can take the baby in the car. We never got a car seat, so the baby is still there, but she's in the best place, you know. So I had the baby at the end of 2021, and it was a weird time. There was a lot of disease around, a lot of COVID, and I was really worried that this precious little baby was going to get sick with her little immune system. And I took her back to Kent for Christmas when she was only a few days old. And my mum, I think she was trying to be helpful, but what she said was, Harriet, don't worry about it, okay? The baby came out of your vagina, so she will have picked up a lot of bacteria from there. I think she meant it nicely, but it felt pointed, you know? Because I've had chlamydia and she knows that. Do we have any other survivors in? You fucking liars, 1 in 3! At least 5 on this row, that's what I think. Just saying, I can smell it. I've never said that, but no, I said that. I don't know. I found getting diagnosed with chlamydia, I found it's a bit like Secret Santa. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're just at the office, just looking around, just thinking, who gave me this? Who didn't wrap their present? And then you have to go to the clinic, and they're like, oh, so if you can tell your previous sexual partners. And if you're anything like me, you're like, no, thank you. And they're like, don't worry, we can do it for you if you give us their numbers. And I'm like, well, joke's on you, some of them don't have phones. So good luck with that, okay? They're like, don't worry, we do it in the kindest possible way, and it's completely anonymous. I was like, what does that mean? Well, you send them a Christmas card, and you're like, happy holidays, P.S. you are riddled. I try and talk about chlamydia to get rid of the stigma and the shame, and then I did the show in Wales, and it turns out some people could do with more shame. Because I said, do we have any chlamydia survivors in? And this woman in the audience went, woo! And I was like, oh, cool, how long have you been clean for? And she went, still got it! And I was like, oh, how long have you had it for? And she went, 3 years! And I was like, you know you can get antibiotics, like you can get it cleaned up. And she went, you can't drink on antibiotics! That woman was me. I do think there's such different standards, isn't there, with sexual dynamics. It feels like men, you guys, you're meant to be proud of the amount of people you've slept with and like boast about it. And us ladies, like women, to be ashamed, you know, like hide our number. But I'm proud of the amount of people I've slept with. Yeah, I've even got a nickname for them. Yeah, call them the Hateful Eight. T. 7. And some people might call me a slut, right? That's what they do, don't they? But I'm not. I don't know how to say goodbye. It's hard, isn't it? It's confusing. You're like, handshake, hand job. I don't know. Just trying to get on with my day. I think we should mate like sloths. That's what I think. I don't know if you know how sloths mate, but apparently how they mate is the female sloth will get horny, and then she'll scream, and all the male sloths will come running, but like slowly. And the winner has sex with her, you know. I think that's fun. You don't have to get to know anyone. You can be at home, having a nice evening, watching Selling Sunset, feel a bit horny. Ah! You know, load of sloths, lovely. Lovely, very exciting. I don't know. I think it's difficult. It's scary out there now. There's a war on women. We've got incels. They say these terrible things about women. I read this article where they described women as whores riding on a cock carousel. It's like a cock carousel. Can someone invent that, please? Doesn't that sound great? Imagine the Hindus on that. I love that. Fucking idiots, they're inventing things for us. What is happening? So it's difficult to feel confident, especially as a young girl, and we've got so many messages coming at us. I would always try and be confident, and it would never work. I once went to this interview with the BBC, and I was like, right, I'm going to appear really confident and really comfortable. And so I sat down, and I said, the thing about me is that I am just very comfortable. And then there was a pause as they realised I tried to say that I was very confident and comfortable, but what I'd actually said was both, and thereby proved that I was neither of those things. But you know who is, I think, the most confident people out there? Sexual predators. Harvey Weinstein, he is so cocky. I have never known anyone more confident than Harvey Weinstein. I think what we should do is get sexual predators to teach self-esteem to young girls. That's what I think, but from behind thick glass walls. Let's keep them safe, okay. I had to go back to work quite quickly after having my daughter, and it was a weird time, you know, because I needed to make money, you know, because I'm freelance, but also I wanted her to feel proud of her mother and see her do a job and talk on stages around the country about her chlamydia. That's very important to me, actually. So we had to start using babysitters, and I found this app, right? I recommend it. It's called Bubble. But my mum's been telling everyone that I've been getting babysitters off Bumble. Like, as if I'm just luring them over, you know, then I hand them a baby. And they're like, fuck, my dick pic was powerful. And the second babysitter we ever got, like, she was very sweet, but her English wasn't great, and I was still so nervous leaving my little baby, and I left to go to work, and I was just crying, and I was so worried, and I was like, I know, I'll just message and check in and just see how she's doing, and that will make me feel better. I'll just say, like, is she sleeping, and that will reassure me. So I messaged and said, is she sleeping? And she replied, and I think she meant to say yes, but her English wasn't great. So what she wrote was, her eyes shut, she don't move. She followed it up, the most terrifying message I've ever received. She angel now. The little angel emoji. It's like she's a fucking baby killer and I'm paying her £12 an hour to do it. What is happening? I left to go on my first girls' trip without my daughter, and I felt so guilty, I felt so bad, and I got in the car and I was like crying. Then I was like, Harriet, pull yourself together, you know? People leave babies to go to war and you're going on a hen do, so I mean, it's kind of the same thing. Good for you, actually, good for you. And then I was driving with her in the back for the first time, and they say that parenting comes easily. I don't know if that's true in my case. So I was driving with my daughter in the back, and she started crying. And I was like, oh God, I don't know what to do. I can't get to her because I'm driving. Then I was like, I know what a good mum would do. They'd sing a song. That's what I should do. I should sing a song. I'll sing The Wheels on the Bus. Then I was like, I don't fucking know the words to The Wheels on the Bus. So I was like, the Venga bus is coming. Absolutely loved it. I loved it. She loves TV. Her favourite show is Euphoria. Absolutely loves it. I think it's just like the bright lights and the teen sex. So I'm trying to be a good role model, but it's difficult. I started volunteering in a food bank. I thought that would be a good thing to do. But the problem is you are just doing manual labour for free. I realised my favourite thing about volunteering, it is actually telling people that I volunteer. And then I realised I don't actually have to volunteer to tell people that I volunteer. So I quit. I want to be a good role model, but it's difficult. And it's scary what's out there, you know. Now we have Euphoria. When I was growing up, we had Dawson's Creek. There's been such a leap. What are these kids exposed to, you know? I don't want kids to think they have to grow up and the first time they have sex, they have to let someone come on their face. I want that to be something they can look forward to. It's good to have dreams. It's good to have dreams. My parents were very worried about me when I was younger. They're very protective. So they sent me to an all-girls school from the age of 3 till 18 because they were very worried I was going to get pregnant young. What can I say? I was a very slutty baby. They're like, watch out, this little slutty baby. So I went to an all-girls school and we did a lot of like home economics, you know. Like, don't know if you know home economics. It's like economics, but for girls. Yeah. So you learn how to bake a cake and cover a black eye. Very important things. I found all these things I'd had from when I was a teenager, and I was looking at them just thinking back. One of the things I found was this pencil case I'd had at school, and it had Playboy Bunny all over it. I don't know if anyone's around the same age as me, but I had loads of things with Playboy Bunny on. I had a Playboy Bunny pencil case, you know. It's just so weird that Playboy went into education apparatus for children. Like, what a leap. Make men come, gel pens. I found my old Barbie. I don't think I want my daughter to have a Barbie. I don't think Barbie's a very good role model. Apparently if Barbie, with her dimensions, if she was made into a real woman, she wouldn't be able to keep her own head up. And I don't want my daughter's role model to be her mother on a night out. I want to aim higher than that. Thank you. I once saw this porn, right, of this woman putting a doll inside herself, right? It's quite intense. Yeah, but I think she actually had a very good feminist message. Do you know what I mean? She was like, I've had it up to here with Barbie. Fuck Barbie, literally. You're shaking your head, but I disagree. I disagree. Good role model, actually. Apparently Barbie was based on a sex doll, a German sex doll. Call me old-fashioned. I don't know if that's a good idea for a children's toy. And sex dolls, they're on the rise and they're getting more perfect and hairless and silent. And I don't know how I feel about sex dolls, but then someone asked me recently how I'd feel if my husband was to get a sex doll. And I don't think I'd like it, but it's not for those reasons I just said. It's because I've never seen him wipe down a kitchen surface. He should be trusted with a sex doll, you know. I found photos from when I was a teenager, and we'd always go out dressed as something sexy, you know. So we'd go out as like sexy schoolgirls, even though we were schoolgirls. We went out as like sexy police. I think eventually we ran out of things to go out as because I found a photo of us dressed as sexy clowns. If you're wondering how to recreate that, it's big feet, red nose, tits out. Sexy clowns. Okay. And when I was a teenager, we had our first girls' trip away. It was very exciting, and I was so excited. We went because my friend was trying to get over her boyfriend, and to be fair, he was hard to forget because his name was Garris, and he drove a Yaris. And once you hear that, it gets in, you know. I think you can tell a lot about someone by what they drive. Like my friend, she drives a Mini, and she's so cute. And every time she sees another Mini, they wave at each other. Like, it's so cute. And I drive a Nissan Micra, and every time I drive, someone yells, "Get off the road, you stupid bitch!" It's just a Nissan Micra thing. It's a fun thing to do. So we went to Newquay for our first trip away as teenagers, and it went to chaos. We lost our tent, we lost our money, so we ended up doing something we swore we would never speak about until this moment. We entered something called a Bikini Beach Babe competition. We had to dance on stage in a bikini in front of a jeering group of men, but you did get free drinks, and that seemed like a good trade for our self-esteem. And I came last, and the prize for last place was a vibrator. Because I think they were like, "You're going to need this, love." And I was telling my husband about it recently, and he was like, "Oh, so Sarah won." And I was like, "Can we not guess which of my friends won the Bikini Beach Babe competition, please?" But yes, Sarah won, obviously. The vibrator was exciting, you know, it was the first vibrator I'd ever had, but I was still living at home at that time, and I couldn't find any batteries for it. The only place I could find batteries was in the carbon monoxide detector. So I did have amazing orgasms, but some family members did slip in and out of consciousness. I got all my information growing up from magazines. That's where I learned everything, and I believed everything I read. One of the things they always said is that straight men are just more attracted to looks, and straight women are just more attracted to personalities. And this has been debunked, right? Apparently we've had to trick ourselves into being attracted to a specific sexy look because we sexualise women so much in society. So straight men have been tricked into being attracted to a specific look, whereas straight women have had to trick themselves into being attracted to personalities because what we see is just so upsetting. Burn! Ha! Got you all! Okay, got you! Okay. I think one of the reasons I didn't do very well in the competition is I was a very bad dancer, bad at moving, but also I was very hairy. When I started stand-up, I won this competition for being a woman in stand-up, and they gave you money, and I really needed that money at the time. I was hoping to go full-time doing comedy and could quit my day job. But I put that money towards laser-ass hair removal. So I guess it did work, as I'm here tonight. It's difficult being younger. I cared so much. I was always trying to be sexy and it never quite worked. I remember when I was at school, this boy came over and he was like, "Harriet, I think the perfect girl had had your head." And I was like, "Oh my God, like amazing." He said it like it was this massive compliment. He's like, "Yeah, I think the perfect girl would have your head and Sarah's body." And I was like, "I don't think that's the compliment you think it is, right? Because I'm mainly body." So, not a body. And I was like, "Well, I think the perfect boy would have Stephen's body, no head." That's what I think. Just a stump. Yeah, people could be quite mean. I had really bad eczema when I was younger and it covered my whole body. And people could be quite mean. There was this boy at school and he refused to play with me because he said that he might catch the eczema, and he told people, and it was a very lonely time. And then 15 years later, I slept with him. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Okay. And then I was lying in bed afterwards and I was like, okay, this is my moment, you know, to like stand up for eczema sufferers everywhere. I should say something. So I was like, you know, when you said that about the eczema, like it really hurt my feelings. But also it's not true. Eczema isn't contagious. You can't catch it. But chlamydia is, so you need to get checked out. Okay. Burn, literally. Okay. I don't think I always reacted to things right when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager, I saw a flasher. It's quite an intense thing, right? Someone's using their body to get a reaction from you. But I think because of my dyspraxia, I didn't see it that way. Because I just think that's such a fine line between flasher and someone that's just lost their trousers. Because I once went on this night out and I had this new skirt and it didn't really fit. And I got into dancing and I'm a bad dancer. I was in this busy club and it fell off and I lost it. And I had to get the night bus home in my pants. And because I'm a woman, no one called the police. You know? Because there's no such thing as a female flasher, is there? She's just a fun girl. No, I think we're moving forward in some ways, you know. Like they cancelled the Victoria's Secret Angel Catwalk show. I think that's a good thing. I used to love Victoria's Secret. I used to love their sexy panties for teens. I think it's good they cancelled the Victoria's Secret Angel show because I think it was based on a lie. I saw an interview with one of them, Lily Aldridge, and she was like, the thing is to be Victoria's Secret, that's how I imagine they walk. The thing is to be Victoria's Secret Angel is, it's not just about how you look, it's about your personality. And I was like, fuck off, Lily. Fuck off, that is not true. If that was true, Sandy Toxic would be storming down that runway. That is bullshit, Lily, and you know it. Bullshit. You can see the difference doing stand-up. 10 years ago when I started, I get so much advice on how to dress on stage. The advice would always be, don't dress up on stage, or women will worry that you're trying to steal their husbands. Right, that's what they'd say, and I believe it, even though my favourite comics were women. So I never would have dressed up on stage. I never would have got my sexy little knees out. You know, what could happen? I mean, nerve-wracking. And now you can see the difference 10 years later. Now women are like, please, steal my husband. I don't give a shit, please, I'll live longer, do it. I don't know. I think one of the biggest enemies to progress, who we didn't expect, has been older French women. They want to be objectified. They've made it very clear. They're like, ooh la la, sacre bleu, croissant. Back in the day, we'd go into work, 3 men would come in our hair, and that was just Tuesday. Don't take that away from us. Curly Tuesday. I am all for female body positivity, but I do not feel the same about men. Like, I think that Speedo should be illegal. That's what I think, because I think they're like suspense in a horror film, you know? Like, you know something terrible is happening, but you don't quite know what the monster looks like. Horrible. And I don't know, there's just such a different standard. Like, it's how we're raised, you know, it's not innate. Like my husband, he has such body confidence, even though he shouldn't. He's just walking around with these tiny nipples, doesn't give a shit, right? He doesn't know he looks bad, nobody told him. He has this massive mole on the back of his head, and he won't get rid of it no matter how many brochures I give him. And sometimes I'll kiss him and my hand will accidentally graze the mole and I'll genuinely scream. And then half an hour later, all these sloths appear. What the fuck? What's happening here? What is happening? It's scary. It's a scary world for my daughter. I'm worried, you know, we've got climate change, there's so much to worry about, and we're run by morons, they're not helping. Like, the other summer, all the world leaders flew in on private jets to talk about climate change. It's so fucked up. It's like me going to talk to my husband about how he must stop cheating on him. I just ride in on a stranger's dick. Yes, I know, I must stop. I must stop, I can't stop. This is how I fuck now, it doesn't make sense. I had a baby, everything moved, okay. No, I couldn't even cheat on my husband if I wanted to. He's so open-minded. The other day, he was like, oh, I heard Jason Momoa's in town. I know you have a crush on him. If you ever come across him, it's fine. You should sleep with him. I want you to experience these things in your life. And I was like, thank you, though. I really appreciate that. And I was like, if your crush, your celebrity crush is ever in town, he said, oh, I can have sex with him. And I said, absolutely fucking not. And that is love, boundaries. I was like, what can I do to make things better for my daughter's future? What can I do to make things better? And I read this book, and they said the best thing to do is not to talk about it. Not to talk about all these things happening. It's just not to talk about it. Just carry on as if things aren't happening. Don't mention it. But I actually disagree. I think the best thing to do is to talk about things. And I've proved that talking about things works, that they can make things better, because my husband came and saw this show, and now he wipes down kitchen surfaces. Progress! Yay! It's good for us! And it also said you should not say to your daughter, you are so beautiful. You're not going to say that anymore. Instead, you're going to say, you are so smart. Even though we have absolutely no evidence of that yet, you know. Just lying to her face. Even the dog answers to its own name. She's not going to get the smarts from me, you know. It's starting already with my daughter. I can see it. I can feel it. I had people come over and they say the weirdest things. Like, someone was like, oh, you can tell your daughter's a bit of a flirt. She likes the boys, doesn't she? I'm like, yeah, she's a massive slut. Just like Mummy, watch out, watch out. This person we don't even know, she came over and she said, oh, I'm really sorry to tell you, I think your daughter's going to be a redhead. I was like, that's such a small-minded, old-fashioned, archaic thing to say. Have you never heard of hair dye? We can change that. What are you talking about? But, it feels stressful. It feels worrying because, I just really wanted a daughter, and it feels like a lot of pressure to raise her right. And in a way, I kind of wish I'd had a son, and then I could have raised him to be better, and instead I just got a girl with a limp. It's hard to protect them from all this messaging. It's so difficult. I was thinking recently about calling my daughter Mabel, and I was like, it's just such a comforting, familiar name. It's like I've always known it. And I was like, fuck, I know why I called her Mabel. It's because the biggest marketing campaign when I was growing up was maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Maybelline. I have named my daughter after a mascara. And I was like, well, at least Maybelline's a pretty name. At least it wasn't maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Vagisil. No, but apologies to any badges that are in. It's lovely name. Okay. Thank you so much, everybody. You have been so great, and I've had a very fun time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good night. About my body changing because you don't know what's going to be on the other side, and I think all the celebrities. Am I on fire? Like, what is happening? I don't know. Is this meant to be happening? I don't know. Do I just pretend this isn't happening? Just like act like cool, like I'm in like a misty bar. Yeah, people can smoke at my gigs, okay, yeah. The Lord doesn't exist here, okay, let's go. Yeah, so I'm so worried about my body changing.
Thank you very much.
There's not a lot of energy in the room, is there? So we're just going to start things off we're just going to sing together, head, shoulders, knees and toes, just to get you all going. So here we go. Oh, you don't mind the key of F, do you? No? Okay, cool. Can you in? Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Listen, I can see about 20% of you already not committing. I've told you that we're going to do head, shoulders, knees and toes to get the energy up in the room, and you're all looking at me as if I've taken a fucking shit on the stage. I've picked a good song. We all know the words. It's been a while since we sang it together. Let's admit it. It's been a long old pandemic. The least you can do is fucking join in. I can't do this on my own. I do not have the charisma to pull off an hour's show by myself. It's also very well lit, and I don't like my gigs like that. Because for the purposes of the filming, they're like, well, we have to see people's reactions, so it looks like people are having fun. But I prefer to perform in absolute darkness. I don't want to see a single one of you fucking weirdos looking at me. If I catch you not singing, you're going to come up on stage and you're going to do the dance in front of your stupid friends. And trust me, it's less funny than you think it will be. I do this a lot. In fact, I do the dance every day before I go out on stage. I do it in the green room to see what it looks like. And tell you what, it's dehumanising. I did a show in Norwich, big old venue, man in the second row, called by my bluff. He came up on stage, he did the dance. He did the dance in front of his family. He did it in front of his wife and his 2 children. That was 2 years ago. To this day, they've not looked him in the eye. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Strange gig, isn't it? Strange gig. I'm going to be real honest with you. That is for me. I find that funny. I find it funny that you come to watch a nice stand-up comedy and then you've ended like 5 minutes in, you're like, I think we're singing Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes at a man wearing a keyboard. Oh, that's funny. I like that. Nah, yeah. I hate that song. It's the only song about the body you've got, and it's an absolute disgrace. I'll take you through it step by step. First section. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. And you're thinking already, yeah, it's an absolute banger. You had 4 words there to outline the basic premise of a human body. You've gone for head, shoulders, knees and toes. I can't wait to see where the song goes next. I can't wait to hear about the arms. I can't wait to hear about the torso. Second section. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. It's very familiar, isn't it? Think to yourself, if this song is about the entire body, and we're already repeating ourselves, how long is this thing going to take? You're thinking, wait for part 3 will be good. And then part 3 goes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. And that is the end of the song. Number 1, we'd already covered the head. Hadn't we? Hadn't we? When we all stand together, head, shoulders, knees and toes, we're imagining a head without eyes, ears, mouth and nose. It's not a song about a fucking scallop, is it? Secondly, neglected the entire area between the shoulders and the knees. This isn't even a song about a human anymore. At this point, head, shoulders, knees and toes could also be a song about the front half of a cat. It's a disgrace. So thanks for coming. My name is Davies. This is my show. It's called The Car Park. Why is it called The Car Park? I hear you scream. The Car Park is a musical that I wrote and performed in 2019 at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And you know, it's a fun musical. It's a light-hearted musical. You know, it's classic me. And this musical starts with a man that I knew a very, very long time ago. Walking down the street with my dad, he holds my hand, I look up, it's not my dad, it's just a random man, he puts me in a van. It's part 1. Part 2, can I? The random man pulls off a mask, it's actually my dad. We both laugh and drive off down the road to an orphanage. He spots me for a bike. There's 24 parts. The orphanage was just a dream. I wake up in my bed, but someone's painted all the windows black. I'm in a sack, I'm still in this stranger's van. That is about as much of the musical I can perform without an actual van in the venue. See, when I performed it at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, the show's not just called The Car Park, it's a musical called The Car Park, about a car park, like set in a car park. So the whole thing was in a car park, and then we're here. And we're not in a car park. I don't know what to say. I can't. Do you understand? There's no car park. We're not in a car park. We're in a theatre, a lovely theatre, and it's ruined everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? What's your name? Julian. Let's imagine you were organising this comedy special. Let's say you were in charge. Let's imagine that you called me up maybe about a month ago and you said, "Huge, we loved your show, The Car Park." And I went, "The Car Park? The musical called The Car Park, about a car park set in a car park." You went, "That's the one. We'd love to record that for an hour's comedy special for the nice television. We'd love you to do that." And I go, "Oh, brilliant. I'll see you there. I'll see you in a month." When I turned up here at 2 o'clock today for my tech rehearsal, where do you imagine that I'd be performing? What kind of performance space do you reckon I'd be in?
Sainsbury's car park.
Sainsbury's. You're right, there's a car park out there, isn't there, Julian? There's a big old car park out there outside the venue. You know what, Julian? Maybe if you were organising this comedy special, there'd be more people on the fucking balcony. I can see 15 seats unoccupied on the back. We were going to film up there. No one's fucking turned up. You know what? There's probably 15 people in London somewhere, fucking in a car park, waiting for a musical to begin. This is a disgrace. This is the worst gig I've ever done in my whole... 24-part musical, gone. I'll read you out the other section so you know what you could have been watching. Here we go. Part 4, Escape the Van. Part 5, Hide in the Park. Part 6, Seek Help from a Stranger. Could this be my dad? Part 7, It's Not My Dad. I'm now in another van. Part 8, Escape the Van. Part 9, Seek Refuge in a Car Park. Part 10, Get Help from a Traffic Warden. Parts 11 and 12, It's the Original Stranger. I'm back in the first van. Part 13, Accept the Van. The van's your life now. I exit the stage. Part 14, interval. I re-enter the car park in an ice cream van. I hand out Soleros. We bond as an audience. We bond as friends. Part 15, the interval is over. I'm being sold at a car boot sale. It reminds everyone of a slave auction and destroys all of the goodwill I just created in the interval. Part 16, someone recognises me at the car boot sale. Part 17, it's my dad. What a plot twist. Part 18, the stranger sells me and the van to my dad. Part 19, my dad runs a stranger over with a van. That's classic dad. Part 20, we perform a 20-minute percussion instrumental in which we're banging different parts of the van, like in the hit musical Stomp. My favourite section of the show, sad to lose that. Part 21, we inspect the body of the stranger. Part 22, they're wearing a mask. Part 23, take the mask off. Part 24, it's my mum, curtains, end of the show. So, yeah. So instead of trying to write a new musical in the time given, instead I'm going to tell you my backstory, which is set in Taiwan, which is where I'm originally from. And it's quite a harrowing story, full of loss and betrayal, and it's not very funny, but it does last an hour. And I find that very difficult, not because I just find it very difficult to sort of talk about where I'm from and that kind of stuff, but also because, as someone who primarily writes musicals, I had to completely reinvent myself as a storyteller. But musicians reinvent themselves all the time. For example, do you know the band Daft Punk? Yeah? Well, don't speak for everyone. You know, if you're not familiar with Daft Punk, essentially they're two DJs who wear space helmets to make them seem more futuristic. Which I think is great. I'm quite like that as a comedian, you know. People say that about me. I'm quite futuristic in the sense that, you know, I'm not funny now. But I could be funny, you know, in a bit. Get a lot of people telling me that I'm futuristic. I get a lot of fan mail telling me that I'm futuristic. I had an email just the other day. They said, we just want to let you know that when you stormed off, saying the crowd was terrible, the next comedian came on, and we couldn't stop laughing. And I'd be like, welcome to the future. That's a classic Huge Davies payoff. Like, it's classic. It's classic. You know. Yeah, futuristic music was cool, man. Until one band came along, started doing their own dystopian song about the future. And that song ruined futuristic music forever. And that song went a little bit like this. I said I've been to the year 3000. Not much has changed, but they live underwater. Yeah, come on. And your great-great-great-granddaughter, come on. It's pretty fine, it's pretty fine. Now that to me is the most depressing song I've heard in my whole life. To recap, that's a song about someone from the year 2002 going to the year 3000 to have sex with your great-great-great-great-granddaughter. Yeah? Number one, you go year 3000 and everything's underwater. Maybe the rest of the song should be about climate change. That's like our equivalent of Neil Armstrong going to the moon. We go, Neil, what was the moon like? What did you see up there? There must be so much stuff. And he went to the moon. Oh, well, I'll tell you about the moon. I went to the moon. I went to the moon, yeah. And there was no gravity. But I saw some rocks that looked just like some titties. No. That's my great-great-great-granddaughter. You're talking about that, mate. You're going to sleep with my relatives, you've got to keep these things to yourself. I thought this was a fun song about time travel, not Russell Brand the musical. And for those of you who've not done the maths, for it to be possible in the year 2002 to even have a great-great-great-granddaughter in the year 3000, you're going to have to spread 1,000 years over 5 generations. That means, if she was alive, and I hope to God she was, mate, if you spread out the years, average them out, she's going to be minimum, that's 2 centuries old. At this point, she is the oldest woman in the world. Let me paint you a picture. She's in a hospice. She's surrounded by her friends, her family. She's living off her drip, boys. Her bones are literally dust at this point. Give us some goddamn dignity in death. 2002 was the year society had busted. What's it like in the year 3000? And the best answer you could have got was, well, everybody may have drowned, but we still managed to gangbang a 200-year-old record breaker. Not my future, I'll tell you that for free. Yeah. That song was detrimental to Daft Punk, you know. Detrimental. Futuristic music wasn't cool anymore. And not a lot of people know this, but that song actually caused a rift within Daft Punk, and in 2002, the band split up, right? One of them remained as Daft Punk, doing music about the future, wearing a space helmet. The other started wearing a hood, doing music from the 16th century, performing as Daft Monk. Do you like Gregorian chanting? Yeah? You do? Well, you love Daft Monk then, it's like this. Do you like it? Yeah. I think you might be the only one. Not a floor filler, I'll say that much. But top 5 favourite songs to put over a sacrifice, hands down. Hands down. The Gregorian chanting's not as popular as it used to be, you know? Daft Punk's doing a lot of smaller venues. You know, he's doing a lot of Tudor-themed weddings. Ever been to a Tudor-themed wedding? Yeah? You have? Probably. Yeah. You would remember. Yeah. It's something that was a weird one, I think, yeah. Well, as you know, it sort of starts off like this. That goes on for about an hour. It's a pretty bleak affair. It's a bleak affair. But Daft Punk, he's just stalling for about 55 minutes, you know. But I do think it's a nice surprise at the end of the gig. There's a payoff. You don't even know you're watching Daft Punk until the beat kicks in. It's like this. Praying harder, praying better, do it faster, makes us humble, praising him forever after, our worship's never over. Bit of Daft Punk there for you. Bit of Daft Punk. Daft Punk was lucky, man. Managed to get out of there, reinvent himself before it was too late. Other musicians are not so lucky. For example, the musician who composed this song. Does anyone know what that song is called? Any takers? What do you think? What do you think it might be called? What would your first thought be? What do you reckon? Yeah. Circus Monkey? Don't know where I don't know where the monkeys come from. I don't know. I don't like the circus you've been going to. Quite honestly, I think they've half a good guess. Yes, it's circusy. That's fair to say. I want to let you know, and you can Google this after the show's finished. That song is called "Entry of the Gladiators." That song is called "Entry of the Gladiators." The composer heard that, thought about it, was like, yeah, I think that'll be the gladiators coming in, here they are. And his friends were like, listen, mate, your best friends are your honest friends. And I gotta be honest with you right now, it's got more of a clown vibe. And I know you set out to write a song about a gladiator, and that's cool, but what's happened is you've written a song about the circus, and that's happened to us all, let's be fair. Don't worry about that, you're the circus guy, and we'll just move on, and we'll never talk about this ever again. And he went, yeah, the circus, yeah, so yeah, of death. Here they come, all 10 of them, trying to have a mini Cooper, here they are. Oh, man. Have you seen the back catalogue of that composer? Oh, man. Every single song is wrong. Here's his version of Schindler's List, he goes... It's National Anthem. This one's called National Anthem. Goes. She's just a small town girl and living in a big old palace. And of course, everyone's personal favourite is of course the Teletubbies theme tune. Go. Wow. To be fair to him, though, that was the season finale during Dipsy's funeral. God bless. God bless. God bless. Entry of the Gladiators, it's too fun, a song. For gladiators. It's fun at any tempo. Speed it up, it's on a chair, having a great time on cocaine. It's like... Too much. Slow it down. It's on a chair, having a great time at a Jewish wedding. It's like... If you don't like that, you'll like nothing, mate. Honestly. Much better than the songs we have for gladiators nowadays. Ever seen a gladiator die before? No? Well, you can see this in films like Troy or 300 or even Gladiator. Anytime someone gets killed by a sword, they'll fall at their knees in slow motion. For some reason, this will happen. It'll be like this again. It's depressing. I find it very depressing. They say your life flashes before your eyes when you die. If I heard that whilst I was being killed to death in an arena with swords, I tell you what, I'd feel very glass half empty about the whole thing. You don't hear that in Casualty, do you? You don't get someone falling for a ladder in Bristol in slow motion like... Just a builder called Ted walking through a field, touching all the wheat with his fingers like... You gotta start off slow, but then you can get fun at the end. Take, for example, this classic scene, you'd be like... My name is Maximus Decimus Murilius, leader of the Northern armies, loyal to the true Emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance, in this life or the next. Are you not entertained? Yeah. So I don't want to end up like that guy. So what I've managed to do is I've managed to completely reinvent myself for this backstory. Now, if you've seen me live before, I like to incorporate a live keyboard into my performances. I think that's a great thing to do, a very fun thing for me to do. But I think for the purposes of this backstory, I think it's inappropriate and doesn't really suit the narrative. So I'm taking a big risk tonight, and I'm going to take a step away from playing the keyboard and a step towards playing the harp. I'm already very good at the harp, I will say that. When I first started learning the harp, everyone's like, it's actually a very complicated instrument, very difficult technique. I'm finding it very similar to playing the keyboard, I have to say. Very similar. Best thing about playing the harp is, of course, there's only ever one song you want to play in the harp. Do you know it's quite a famous song on the harp? It's called Looking Back into the Past. You know that song? Looking back, you don't... You know it. Wait, does everyone... Looking back into the... You did... All right. I think it's one of those ones where you hear it and you remember it. So this is the Looking Back into the Past on the harp. So here we go. Looking back. Here. See? You're like, oh yeah, I do remember actually. Guaranteed that's the first time you've ever remembered something. Whilst hearing the sound of remembering something. You're welcome. Yeah. Hey, man. Hard song to play, do you reckon? Hard song? Yeah, you're right. Very hard, one of the hardest ones. Because every time you start trying to practice that song, you get distracted by all the memories of your youth. You're like, oh, the van. Good memory. Good memory. Always a good memory when you hear that. Never a bad memory. It's like, when you're talking to someone and they're like, what did you get up to on the weekend? You're like, I went to IKEA. You can see it in their eyes. Can't you? You go, oh, wow. Furniture. And meatballs, what a shop. Never a bad memory. It's never your grandfather coming over to you being like, did I ever tell you about all my friends that died in the war? You're like, no. He goes, let me tell you about a time in which I killed a man with my bare hands. Here we go. What a day, what a war. Come on. You know? That is why you never get anyone who has PTSD learning the harp to try and forget. Never. Never. Especially with this harp. This harp's broken. You think it's bad on the way down? Try going up and getting past top C. It's like this. What a shame. Ruins every single song I try and play on the harp. Here's a bit of the Snowman. Here we go. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I tried Titanic, possibly even worse. Here we go. That's the end of that. The only song that does work, of course, is Bohemian Rhapsody. So this is the only song that goes. You know what? This could be. We could maybe all do this together. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah. Let's all sing together. Okay, here we go. So, okay. Mama. I said this would be fun if we all sang together. Get a bit of energy back in the room. Listen, I was told to do this bit because I was told that there's not a lot of joy in the show, given the fact that almost every joke is about killing someone. These are the bits of the show that you're gonna really gotta hold on to if you're not enjoying it. And I'm looking at you. There's a joke in about 10 minutes about Wallace and Gromit that's gonna turn this room into a real dark place. I don't like saying that joke anymore. I did that like 2 years ago and it's aged badly. But it's important to the show, and I have to say it. When that happens, you'll be looking back at this like it was a fucking childhood holiday in Cornwall. How many of you have seen Queen live before? No? Well, this is as close as it's gonna fucking get. So just fucking stack it in. Here we go. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his. Give it that. Short and sweet. That's how I like it. Short and sweet. Yeah. So can't do the musical anymore. We're going to do my backstory instead. I've reinvented myself, and yeah, I think we're about halfway through now, so we'll get on with the backstory. So here we go. So. Halfway through, man. Halfway through. All I'm saying is in a better show, we could be having Soleros right now. I was going to say, there's the interval, and I was going to come back in like this. Back off, like you'll be sitting down like that, and I was kind of coming like this. Okay, yeah. Fucked it. Fucked it. I'm furious. You know what? I think I'm going to walk home like this, actually. Just to really disappoint all the local children, you know? Fuck the kids! Any parents in today? Give us a cheer. Any parents in today? Give us a cheer. Yeah, fuck your kids. Fuck your kids hard. You know what? It's weird because of all the things I've ever said, that is my catchphrase, which is a shame, isn't it? Try to put that on a mug. I think it's got quite a sinister tone, that song, isn't it? I think it's weird that parents, such as yourselves, you'll be in the park having a lovely time with your family, and you'll hear this in the trees, you'll be like... Be like, yeah. I'm going to send my kids towards that. Yeah. Go buy a treat from the creepiest looking vehicle I've seen in my whole entire life, yeah. Go buy a nice treat from a man in a bow tie who's having an actual breakdown. Yeah, good idea. Very creepy. Very creepy. If you heard this coming from your house, like your loft, you'd burn your entire house down, wouldn't you? For context, if you put this beneath it like this, try this. Listen to this. All right. Incidentally, that is also the same music an ice cream truck man hears every time he closes his eyes. It's true. It's true. Next time you see an ice cream truck man, you'll watch him very closely. He'll be in the van, right? A little girl will come up to the van. She'll say, can I have a 99 flake? He said, of course you can. That'll be £4.50. Welcome to the politics section! Money's getting more, isn't it? End of the politics section. She'll come up to the van, she'll say, can I have an ice cream? She'll say, of course you can, little girl, of course you can. He'll hand her the ice cream, she'll say, thank you, ice cream truck man, have a lovely day. And he'll say, you're very welcome, you have a lovely day too, and careful as you go. Don't think about the murders. So I'll begin the backstory very quickly, very quickly. So, as I said, this is a backstory about Thailand, which is where I'm originally from, and I do actually love Thailand. I love everything about Thailand, the cuisine especially. Before I was a comedian, I used to have a day job in which I worked in Thai cuisine. It's quite a weird job. If you're not familiar with what I do, it's quite specific. What I do is I drive all up and down the country. Right, and then if I find like a really packed out Thai restaurant, I'll go into that restaurant, I'll find the general manager, and I'll sort of just stare at him like this, I'll be like... So that everyone in that restaurant thinks that I'm from a rival Thai restaurant. Not a big earner, but the only thing that calms me down, the only thing. Quickly, just before, we have to, okay. So quickly before I do the backstory, there are just 3 quick warnings before I start. So the first warning is that there's any racists in, it's honestly best if you just leave at this point. The backstory is set in Asia, and that can be quite triggering if you are like a racist. And honestly, there's no judgment here. If you are racist, I kind of respect you in a way. It's hard. It's a hard road out there. You know what I mean? Hard time to be So if you have a problem with no judgment. All you have to do is you just get up and go, and no judgment here. And I don't want any of you to judge because I say this right. Not obviously not just to stop people from going to the toilet, but I'm an Asian. I'm going to be doing Asian things, I'm going to be saying Asian things, I'm going to be doing some pretty crazy Asian accents. It's what Asians are for. And there's some pretty rocky stories about racism. I remember the earliest time I ever got racially abused. I remember, so I had this friend called Mark, right, and we were best friends and we were in a band together. And we had a fight, right, and he raised his voice and I raised my voice, and things kind of got out of hand. And basically, he called me a chink, right? And I don't really like using that word, but I think it's important to use that word, and it's important to say it for you guys to hear that word, because what happened next is something that I'll never forget. Because back then, right, I was so young, I didn't really realise that was a racial slur. But I had heard of the expression chink in the chain. So I thought Mark was I thought Mark was implying that I wasn't a team player. So I said to him, I grabbed him and I said, listen, Mark, I'm going to try harder for you. I'm going to be pulling my weight a little bit more in this whole thing. Because I love you. I love you as a brother. And you love me as a brother, and that's what brothers are for. And I won't let this band go down the toilet like everything else in my life. I'm going to stick with this, Mark, and you're going to stick with me, and that's what we're going to do. And then I grabbed Mark, I kissed him on the cheek, and I whispered in his ear and said, it's just me and you, brother. Then I walked out of the room. And he was so confused, he never spoke to me ever again. So, that's sometimes how it goes. That's how it goes. Second warning about the show is there's going to be a lot of dream sequences. Do you like a dream sequence, man? Oh. A dream sequence. It's sort of a bit in a film where there's a dream. You like that bit? Like Inception. I guess the whole movie is a dream sequence. In a way, yeah. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This is almost nothing like Inception. But I think it's very difficult to write a good dream sequence when your dreams are as mundane as mine. I have 4 recurrent mundane dreams every single night. The first recurrent mundane dream I have is I want a double-decker chocolate bar. So what I do is I go to the 24-hour shop where I live, I buy a double-decker chocolate bar, I go back to my flat, I eat the chocolate bar, and then I wake up. So what I do is I go to the 24-hour shop where I live, I buy a double-decker chocolate bar, go back to my flat, I eat the chocolate bar, then I've lived my dream. The second recurring mundane dream I have is I win a lifetime trip to Japan with my best friends, but it's just fine. To be fair to me, it's where I'm originally from, and I find it very boring. The third recurring mundane dream I have is I'm approached by both Wallace and Gromit, who finger then kill me. Don't look at me like that. I've told you about this bit. I'm the one in the dream every single goddamn day. Don't look at me like that. Looking at me. That doesn't even sound boring or mundane. That sounds terrifying and an absolute nightmare. Yeah, but what you don't know is that dream is actually being filmed in stop motion, so the whole thing takes months. And the fourth dream is the most mundane of all. It's just this song. It just goes on and on like this. And the minutes turn into days, and the days into weeks, and the weeks into months, and the months into years. And the years then into decades. And then I see my children die. And I see my grandchildren, they die too. And then I see my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. They're being fucked by busted. That's a bit of a shame, to be honest. That's a low point in the dream. And all the time it's just this song playing like this, just on and on like this, just going on forever like that. And then I realise I'm sleeping through my alarm. It's like... Yeah. Third warning about the backstory. A lot of profound messages. How's your life going, mate? It's going well? Fine. Yeah. Fine? Well, then get out. Because this is going to change your entire goddamn life, I swear to God. But I think it's very important to have a profound message. It's everywhere these days. It's in our films. It's in our films, our TV shows. It's in our music. It's in our dance music. Not familiar with dance music? I'll take you through the structure of it. So the beginning of every popular dance song, there's a build-up in which they talk about music, they talk about dancing, right? And that's fine. But there'll be like a 5-second pause in which the music will stop. They'll say something incredibly profound, and then the music will just continue on like nothing's ever happened. I'll show you what I mean. So it starts quite gentle like this. It's sort of like this. Okay. Cross on the dance floor, I'm feeling the beat, I'm feeling the music, I'm feeling the heat. The sound of the drums, yeah, is filling the floor. I see you walk through a toilet door, cross on the room, yeah, looking at me, looking at you, and my heart starts to beat. This room is on fire, she whispers to me, oh, how deep is your love? What the fuck is that? How deep is your love? I heard that in the middle of a popular dance song, and it sent me to an existential crisis. I almost crashed the fucking car, lads. Take the person you love the most. Like my mum, right? My mum loves me unconditionally. But if I went to my mum's house, deep in the heart of Korea, where I'm originally from, the jungles of Seoul, where I'm originally from, I went to her house and I said, Mum, how deep is your love for me? She would say, we are not that close, we don't really speak that often anymore. And how deep is your love is such a weird thing to say, such a profound thing to say, and yet had nothing to do with anything else gone on that song. But as long as it's profound, it fits a genre of popular dance music. You can put anything in there. You can be like, cross on the dance floor, you're looking at me, looking at you, and my heart starts to beat. This room is on fire, she whispers to me, what happens after we die? Come on. Just got it, sis, come on now. Let me hear ya. Would you torture to say someone you love? Come on now. Oh, they've got your mum. I think the only thing worse than hearing dance music on the radio is, of course, watching dance music live at a festival. Has anyone here seen a DJ perform live before? Yeah? Why have you seen a DJ perform live before? A waste of time, right? Because if you see a band at a festival, totally get it, understand completely, right? Because there'll be a drummer there, the drummer will be this and that. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic, yeah. There'll be guitarists there, they'll be doing that to be going. Calabunga, you know? See a DJ perform live, it's like watching someone just stand next to a table for a bit. Here's my impression of a DJ performing live. Here we go. Right, John, right up, please. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Here he comes. Wait for it, here he comes. Here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here it comes, wait for it, here it comes. Here it comes, wait for it, here it comes. Some of this, some of this. Bring it back up again, baby, there we go. Here it comes, all right, here it comes. Here it comes, wait for it, here it comes. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Yeah, well, wait for it, here it comes. Some of this? I don't know. All right, here it goes. Okay. Here it goes. All right, here we go. Shh. Here it comes. Wait for it. Here it comes. Shh. Shh. Here it comes. Wait for it. Here it comes. Shh. Shut up. Wait for it. Here it comes. Here it comes. All right. Yeah. Fucking hour. Can't see anything. Can't see anything. Can't see the hands, can't see the table. All I can see is the head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. My best friend Mark, he used to be a DJ. He used to be, you couldn't do what he was doing when he was doing it. Half the time he was DJing, half the time he would just find something in a bag. Just like, how deep is this bag? Come on. I think the only way to be a long-term successful DJ is to wear a space helmet and then just get someone else to DJ for you. That's the only way I would do it. I doubt that Daft Punk have attended one of their gigs in the last 10 years, I'd say that. You know? For example, right, one of the members of Daft Punk left Daft Punk, moved to Malaysia, where I'm originally from, started a family, moved back here, left his son in Malaysia, right? Became Daft Punk, and none of you even noticed. Yeah, I love Adele, you love Adele, we all love Adele. But let's be very clear, if Adele was too poorly to perform, you couldn't just stick someone else on stage in a space helmet. That wouldn't do. Like if someone came on and was like, hello, it's me. You'd be like, is it? I will be clear with you, and I was kind of hoping that you'd clap, and that it's too late now. No, it's too late now, and this is your fault, but we're going to be doing head, shoulders, knees and toes again to get the energy back in the room. And we're going to be doing my version this time. It's head, shoulders, knees and toes, but with an extra verse, right? So it's a normal head, shoulders, knees and toes, and then another verse in which we do every other single part in the body. As it should be. So it's a head, shoulders, knees and toes song, and then another verse with all the different body parts in it, as it should be. But please join in if you know the words. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Eyes and ears.
And mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Groin, forearm, hip and skin, calf and wrist. Heart, liver, bones and brains, ribs and veins and lungs and throats and kidney stones and the tiny voice that tells you not to kill. So, very important, the tiny voice that tells you not to kill. Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, you'd already all be dead. Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, that song is just an itinerary. For a murderer. So what? I'll do that again, right? Without the tiny voice that tells you not to kill, and you'll slowly start to hear the song turn into a song about two murderers. So here we go, here goes. Groin, forearm, hip and skin, calf and wrist, heart, liver, bones and brains, ribs and veins and lungs and throat and kidney stones and the... into the backstory very soon. You've got to sign NDAs. NDAs, you've got to sign NDAs. You know what, non-disclosure agreement? You've got to sign NDAs. So basically, the backstory, I pitched this at Radio 4, and they were like, so they bought the rights to the backstory. So basically, you're not allowed to tell anyone what happens in it until it gets released, which is great. And I am stoked about the Radio 4 drama, but I'm more stoked at the fact that they were like, you can write your own theme music, because that's basically all I wanted, to write my own theme music. And I was going through the keyboard, trying to find, like a sort of a Singaporean song, where I'm originally from. And I stumbled across this sort of noise when check it out, pump it up, John. Found this, what do you think? Just found that in the keyboard. Do you like it? A couple of people. Some people like it. I will say, I will just keep playing it until you like it. I don't... Strange, isn't it? I've thought about this every single day for 2 years. What's it doing in the keyboard? What's it doing in there? To give you context, they recorded that at Yamaha. In the booth. They went, oh boys, we've done the organs, and we've done the accordion, and the guitar, and the saxophone, and the synth, and the percussion, and the flutes. What should we got one slot left, what should we put in? Should we put in? Yeah. Just in case. Just in case we need that in the orchestra. What do you reckon that sound is? So I looked it up in the instruction manual. It's got all the sounds listed on there. What do you think that's listed as? What do you think it might be? Any guesses? Evil. Good guess. More specific though. You're on the right track though. Maniacal laugh. Good. More specific. Joker? Sorry? Joker? No, evil man. He's an evil man. It is a person, though. You're on the right track. Even eviler than the Joker, if it's possible. Love that film. Sorry? Boris Johnson. Political again. You should have been here earlier, during the political section, please, honestly. He's the reason that the ice creams are so expensive. That's what I heard. Anyone, any more guesses? Okay. And that's the end of the show, guys. No, not a pervert. Okay, well, I feel you'll kick yourselves. You're not going to get it. It's actually an ice cream truck man. There he is again, rising. His evil head rearing up. What's even stranger, and I will say this, I've not programmed this keyboard in any way. This has come with the keyboard. Right, this one semitone up. Coincidence? I think not. Another semitone here. That's a shotgun, lads. That's a shotgun. Another one here. Heartbeat. Another one. Little footstep. And what's actually interesting about that, if you reverse that and you close your eyes, you got yourself a very tasty Radio 4 drama about an ice cream truck man serial killer. So here we go. Only one person in the entire room with their eyes closed. Unbelievable. I'll tell you what, this is, by a long shot, the worst crowd I've ever played to in my entire life. You don't sing when I tell you to sing. You don't close your eyes when clearly you're struggling. Close your goddamn eyes. You're just sitting there looking at me. That is mad. Don't try and get away. You're looking at me. I'm fucking sick of this crowd. I will. You know what, John? I turn the lights out. I'm sick of looking at them. Turn the lights out. Don't clap. What do you mean? I don't turn that. I can't. I can still see them. What are all these lights doing? That? Put these candles out too. Turn them all out. Turn them upside down. Turn them out. I will have my joke. Yeah, turn it up down. Listen, you're a smart crowd. There we are. Cool. Brilliant. So this is a Radio 4 drama about an ice cream truck man serial killer. Here we go. So it's this. I can't find it. John, can I get the lights just for one quick second here? John? Oh, that's working again. Oh, it just needs to be louder, I think. Can you hear that, guys? Yeah, cool. Turn the lights down. All right, here we go. Ice cream truck man serial killer. Here we go. All right, here we go. There we are. Cool. Brilliant. Right, so we're not doing the musical. We're doing the backstory, reinvented myself, done the 3 warnings, done the NDA. Yeah, I think we're almost ready to begin the show, I think. So let me just see how much time we've got left. Hang on. The venue shuts in 5 minutes. Tell you what, I think the best thing to do at this point would just be to wait in the dark until it finishes. I think I prefer it that way, you know. I guess the message of the show is don't trust anyone, especially if they're in a van. I'm just saying, the next time you meet someone, just be careful. You don't know who they could be. Take me, for example. You've been with me for an hour, and you've learned absolutely nothing. All you know is that I had a best friend who used to be a DJ, and I reinvented myself. And yes, I've been stalling for about 55 minutes. And yes, I do think it's a nice surprise at the end of the show. There's a payoff. You don't even know you're watching Daft Punk until the beat kicks in.
Welcome to this Tudor wedding, I'm Daft Punk. We have gathered here today with Lancastrians to celebrate this wedding with some folks from York. It's a Tudor resolution to the 100 Years' War. We just currently honed at the War of the Roses. Yeah, it's not very funny, but at least we are learning. Welcome to this Tudor wedding in a church. There are nibbles and drinks around the church, 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 around the church. Welcome to this Tudor wedding, I'm Daft Punk. 17 years ago since I left Daft Punk. No longer best friends, cause Daft Punk is daft. Yeah, Daft Punk is a racist, and his name is Mark. But Mark won't spoil this Tudor wedding. It's the last day of rest, and there'll be no beheadings. The husband and the wife will be up all night. Yeah, they'll be up all night, but they'll be keeping it holy. Yeah, they're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get up all night to get holy. Up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. They're up all night to get holy. We're now in the build-up of this dance song, so thank you for coming. You've waited so long to hear my exciting backstory, 'cause I'm different to you, and you're different to me. And I am an Asian, ask me where I'm from, I'll I'll be so profound in the gap of this song. I'll tell you a sad Asian backstory.
Would it be easy for you to grow up in a country with no home, no money? Would it be easy for you to raise your entire family from the age of 12 after your dad left you for a better life in a faraway country? Satisfied? Feeling sorry for me? Well, don't feel sorry for me. Then don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to my son that I've left in Malaysia. Hit it!
Praising better, pray better, do it faster, makes the song more praising and forever over. Now worship's
Never over.
Thank you very much.
Friends, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage, Jen Brister!
Bit much, wasn't it? A bit much from this leather to start the show, but well done. Well, thank you for coming out of your houses. Well done. Well done. 48 years of age, let me tell you, it's hard to leave the house, isn't it? Isn't it hard to leave the house, to go out and enjoy yourself? It's hard. Oh my God, I'll be honest with you, even I don't want to be here. It's hard. So glad I am, so glad that you are. And listen, before we start, I just want to say absolutely no favourites here this evening. Okay? No favourites here at all. But I would, before we start the show, I would just like to give a very special thank you to everybody in the room here tonight over the age of 45. Well done! Well done! Because I know the effort it took for you to get here. And I also know there's a large percentage of you that were secretly hoping tonight would be cancelled. But we went ahead. We had to. It's being filmed. I know there's a few of you that were going, fuck it, if that leather doesn't turn up, I won't mind. Just stay at home, have a cheeky glass of wine and talk about storage. And I totally get it. I mean, I hope this is a safe space and there's no judgment here, but there is a little bit of me, no judgment, that would quite like another lockdown. No, don't boo that. I don't mean some 6-month-long nightmare. I just mean midweek. Tuesday to Thursday. A little cheeky monkeypox lockdown. Call me a pervert, but there's a little bit of me that misses a Zoom gig as well, okay? Now, that is what we were doing on during the pandemic. We as stand-up comedians were doing gigs online! I mean, like I said, I miss them now, but did I enjoy them while I was doing them? No. Of course I didn't. I don't enjoy anything while I'm doing it, okay? While I was doing it, I was like, what is this? What is this? Is this stand-up comedy? Is it? Or is it just a middle-aged beige lesbian having a breakdown in front of a laptop? What the fuck is this? Now I look back and I think, what was I moaning about? What a time to be alive! When I could be in the kitchen with my girlfriend. And I'd say to her, sweetheart, I'm just going to nip upstairs, all right, I'm just going to do a little cheeky gig. Off I'd go, out the kitchen, up the stairs, into the spare room, open up my laptop, and pa-pow! 15 minutes of dynamic stand-up comedy, bam! I've made 11 quid. That's gone. We're not going to get that back, so we've got to let it go. appreciate you coming out here to see my show, The Optimist, and I know that there may be some of you in the audience here this evening. Hey, listen, I'm assuming you might have seen me do stand-up comedy before. And you might be thinking, there we go, 4 of you, well done. Those stats are bad, actually. We need to review this. We'll do it afterwards, but that's not great. And you might be thinking, optimist. It's not really your jam, Jen Brister. You'd be absolutely right. My cup is very much half empty, and I don't want you to fucking fill it, okay? But I've got to try and fill it because I am a parent. And I have children, I have twins, and they are 8. Yeah, they're 8 now, twin boys. Thank you for clapping that. It's one man in the second row. Thank you, sir. He's really into it. Got to think about twins. Let's not bring it up right now. But listen, I've got to do it for them, yeah? I've got to be a better person for my children. I can't let them see who I really am. Look away, children. Don't look at Mama in the eye. Look away. The only way I know how to parent my children is to lie to them. We all lie to our children. Every parent lies to our children, particularly when they're young. There's three fundamental lies that we say to our kids, yeah? Number 1, Father Christmas. Apparently he's a thing. Yeah, we've all agreed that, not just in this country, it seems to be international. We've all agreed that Father Christmas is a thing. I say to my kids, now listen, don't you talk to strangers, especially any strange men, right? But Christmas night, some big fat fella will be popping into your bedroom to drop off some presents, okay? I know it's a mixed message, but don't worry about it. Number 2, the Tooth Fairy. My kids are not freaked out by this at all. They have accepted this. We have told them that some tiny little fucking, what is it? Some tiny little thing is going to be buzzing around at night. It's going to nick their teeth and leave some money under the pillow, and they're like, Mama, I can't wait. Surely that's the stuff of nightmares, isn't it? Can you imagine going to sleep at night knowing that was going to happen? You wouldn't be able to sleep. You'd be like that. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Number 3, the biggest lie of all that we say to our children, and that is, everything's gonna be all right. We have to say that. We have to say that to our kids for when we are confronted by questions from our children. Questions, right? Questions like this. Mama, I've got a question for you, Mama. Mama, whatever the fuck it is, could you just get on with it, mate? Because this is really painful, okay? So just let me know what it is, okay? Mama, does global warming mean that we're all gonna die? Oh my goodness, oh my darling boy. Okay, now listen. 2 things, okay? First, what are we going to do about that speech impediment? We'll circle back to that. And second, now listen. Of course it doesn't mean that we're all going to die. Okay, darling? It doesn't mean that. All it means is that the planet's got a bad tum-tum. The planet not feeling very well. But if we all do our bit, you know what? We can make the planet feel better. Oh, Mama, I want to make the planet feel better, so I'm going to take my paper straw and I'm going to put it in in the recycling. Oh, darling. You do that. You do that. Because it's gonna make fuck all difference. Because the planet's on fire, okay? You can't say that to your kids. You gotta offer them some hope, some optimism, even though you know in 20 years' time they're gonna get sunburnt in January holidaying in Dundee. You can't say that to them. And this is the kind of stuff that keeps me awake at night, that gives me anxiety, which means I can't sleep, thinking about my children's future. What is the legacy of my generation? It feels like it's Armageddon. Yeah? Which is why I made a decision in this particular show that I am not going to moan about my children in this show. No, I'm not going to do it. They've got enough to worry about. They've got enough to worry about without having their mum moaning about them on stage, okay? And the other reason I'm not going to moan about my kids is because what I've realised as a stand-up comedian is that when I moan about my kids, people don't like it. I'll tell you the people that really don't like it are the people that don't have kids. They ain't got the patience for it. They're like, oh, right, sorry, are you going to be moaning about your children again? Right, well, do you know what? If you didn't want them, you shouldn't have had them, right? But now you've got them, you're going to moan about them. I don't think so. Look at me. See me. I chose not to have children. I'm child-free and I made the right decision. But now that you've got them, you're going to moan about them. I don't think so. Do you know that we're on the brink of an environmental catastrophe? Have you even thought about your carbon footprint? You haven't thought about your carbon footprint, but now you're going to go on stage and moan about your children. I don't think so, sweetheart. Because if you didn't want them, you shouldn't have fucking had them. And it's not like I can even turn to these people and go, well, actually, they were an accident. They were very, very expensive. Even 2 for 1, they weren't. I don't really understand why people get upset with stand-up comedians. People do, they get really upset and offended. I was offended. You said something on stage I couldn't relate to. I got really offended by that. There was something that you said that didn't make any sense to me. I was offended. What you said is not my experience. I'm offended. I've gone on the internet to talk all about how offended I am. I'm offended. I am offended. Do fuck the fuck off. Be offended by a stand-up comedian? Are you mad? No one should be offended by anything a stand-up comedian does. We're completely unimportant. I tell you what you should be offended about. Be offended by food banks. Yeah? Be offended by the fact that there's private companies pumping sewage into our waters. Be offended by the fact that we have a government that thinks it's acceptable to send refugees to Rwanda. Be offended by that. Don't be offended by some... Do you know what I mean? Don't be offended by some middle-aged lesbian moaning about her children on stage in Bellend. Sometimes it's not enough that people like to get onto the comments and make the comments and making all of the comments about how I feel about everything. Sometimes these people like to slide into my DMs. Now listen, Bristol, I don't like to make generalisations. I don't think they're very helpful, but these people do tend to be very earnest American women. Shocked and I was appalled by the level of aggression you show your children in your stand-up comedy. I've been a mother for over 40 years and let me tell you there has not been a day, nor an hour, a minute, nor a second that I have not enjoyed in the presence of my children, because children are now a blessing from God, Jesus Christ, and our Savior, Lord Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost and Christ and Jesus. And he's up there looking down upon you with the Spirit of the Lord and Jesus and God and Christ and God. Jesus Christ and God. Because what you don't seem to understand, Jen Brister, is that being a mother is a how shit was your life before kids? That you have enjoyed every single second with your children. No one enjoys every single second with any kid, because kids can be pricks. Oh, I'm so sorry. I haven't enjoyed every single moment with this pair of solipsistic, narcissist, empath vacuums with no impulse control that are probably in my living room right now, emptying every last piece of plastic shit that they own before they trip off to the toilet to have a tricky poo that I'll have to drill off the toilet bowl. Oh yeah, I'm the fucking nutter. I mean, honestly, these feelings aren't mutually exclusive, are they? Yeah, that you can accept and that you can know that I love my children. I love them with every fibre of my being. Of course I do. But there are times that I find them deeply irritating. Yeah. That's what stand-up comedy is. It's taking a moment, it's heightened, extrapolating on it, and making stand-up comedy. Is that how I feel all the time, you fucking humorless pricks? I think lockdown perfectly encapsulated my relationship with my children in that I genuinely enjoyed that I got to spend so much time with them, because I'm away a lot with this job. But I also deeply, deeply resented it. Now, I know that there must be, in the audience here this evening, parents, okay? And hello to the parents. Okay, now some of you in the room here tonight, your children may be teenagers. Okay, cool. And during lockdown, your teenage son or daughter may have left the room. What was that like? Was that nice? Because during lockdown, my children were 5, which meant they were just here. Just here for 2 fucking years. I've still got PTSD from that whole experience. Because, you know, during lockdown, there was nowhere to take your children. There was nothing to do. You couldn't escape them, could you? And, okay, I'm going to be really honest with you, and I'm going to say, look, I think honestly and truthfully, it's fair to say that my girlfriend and I are probably not very good parents. Put that out there. I think it's probably fair to say we don't know what we're doing, okay? And during lockdown, we genuinely panicked. We did what a lot of parents do when they panic. We chucked money at it. And we bought our then 5-year-old son's walkie-talkies.
Oh, for the love of God. I don't know if you've ever tried to teach a 5-year-old how to use a walkie-talkie. I don't know if you've ever tried. Don't bloody bother. Save your breath, because they don't fucking get it, okay? They don't get it. They don't get it.
Genuinely, I would never go through that experience again. I would rather drag my face down a pebble dash wall 37 times than go through that experience again. Painful. Just me with my children going, okay, you two, come here. Okay, you, could you focus, please? Look at Mama. Okay, I'm going to explain to you how to use them. So what you want to do is you need to look at me, otherwise you're not going to understand what's going on, all right? So what you do is you're going to press the button on the side, and then you can turn around. So you're going to press the button on the side, and then when you press the button on the that's the wrong button. That's the button on the front. You press the button on the side, and then you speak. Well, you're still pressing the wrong button. Don't just let go of it. You've got to hold it down. You press the button on the side. No, it's on the side.
Why won't you pair of villains listen to me?
6 months of regular workshops. They finally get the hang of it. And we find ourselves one of our lockdown holidays, camping, shoot me in the actual face, if that is a holiday. Sleeping under sweaty canvas with none of the gear you need in order to survive, okay? By day 3, I was looking at my girlfriend and I was like, I mean, have you got any MDMA? Because let me tell you, the last time I was in the field, that is what I was doing, all right? I don't know what day it was, but I said to my girlfriend, I don't even know what time it is, right? In fact, I don't even care, but we've got to grease the wheels or whatever the hell this is, okay? All right, so it must be beer o'clock, all right? So let's get these bloody walkie-talkies out and let's have a little bit of a moment to ourselves. My girlfriend was like, that's a brilliant idea. So we grab the walkie-talkies, we hand them to our children and we say, okay, Mummy and Mama just want to have 5 minutes to ourselves. Go, take these, go away and play and have fun. Okay, bye. But they're 5. Okay, so 5-year-olds never want to be too far away from their parents. So they were like, okay, bye, Mummy! Bye, Mama! And literally just took 1 step to the right. They were like, but Mama, we don't even know what to say to each other, Mama. What do we even say? I was like, oh my God, give me that. Okay, you might say something like, can you hear me? Over. You. When you hear over, you know to speak. And you might say something like, yes, I can hear you. And then you improvise and you have fun and go away and bye. A quick recap, okay? So, we are here. They are here. And the only sound we can hear from our children is this.
Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me over? Yeah, I can hear you.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop asking if you can hear one another! Of course you can hear each other! You're standing next to each other! Why can't you have a normal conversation like normal people? Give me that, you spoon!
Over. Oh, Bristol. What are we going to do about Gwyneth Paltrow? Gwyneth, if you're watching this, that's what we in the business call karma. Usually it takes a couple of years to work itself out. But it's very much happened in the moment. And I'm going to say, fair enough. There's not many comedians that would continue doing their special, which they're hoping to sell to any number of streamers, in a t-shirt that is clearly soaking fucking wet. My producer went, let's put it in a glass, Jen. I went, I find it's going to be slippy. I'll keep it in a bottle. Not good with dicks, not good with bottles. Although if I got this result, I'd probably be very good with dicks, wouldn't I? I don't even know if this bit is going to go in the show, but if it doesn't, this is suddenly going to be weird if we don't explain whatever the fuck this is. They're like, well, we can't do anything about it now, Jenny. We're recording it on one night, so now you're going to have to do your show in a wet T-shirt. So, part comedy, part wet T-shirt competition. Put it on the other way round. I'm not going to do that now. What? So, I'm not going to workshop this now. We haven't got the time. I don't care. I don't give a fuck, so I'm happy to carry on. Is that right? Now, I want to be clear. I need to be clear, even though karma has worked before I started this bit. I don't hate Gwyneth Paltrow. I genuinely don't. I'm just bewildered by her. And irritated, at best. I think it's just, I don't quite understand where she's coming from. I just don't feel like she's got any idea how we live. And I'll tell you how it started. Somebody sent to me an Instagram post that she put up, and I read it, and I thought, fucking hell, Gwen. And then I went on a deep dive, and then I followed her on all of her social media, and all of her goops, and all of that fucking Instagram, and I went right in, yeah? And I went right fucking in, yeah? Is there anyone you follow, just so you can screen grab their stuff, send it to a friend, and go, look at this twat, what the fuck's going on? Okay, I need to justify my position. He's not happy. I need to justify my position. Okay, here's what happened, right? Okay. So she put up this post, Instagram, and it was cast your mind back, it was March 2020. Can you remember what happened March 2020, okay? It was quite a stressful time for a lot of us going into lockdown, right? Most of us were like, okay, all of a sudden, I don't have an income. I don't even know how I'm going to pay my bills. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to feed my children. I don't know how I'm going to survive this. We were also worried about the virus, how it might affect the most vulnerable people in our families. We didn't know how long we were going to be in lockdown for. That felt very stressful. And it was a time, I think, of anxiety and stress for most of us, but not for Gwynny. No. She was serene in her mansion in Los Angeles. And she put up a post on Instagram that I memorized, because I'm not well. And her post, right, it went a bit like this. This is a time for nesting. This is a time for reading. This is a time to learn a new language. This is a time to pick up a musical instrument. This is I thought, are you on ketamine, Gwyn? Because I don't know what your home situation is like, but can I explain to you what mine is? I'm currently trapped in my house with my twin 5-year-old boys that I am having to homeschool. And should I tell you what I've learned from homeschooling my children? I've learned this. These people do not respect me, okay? I appear to have all the authority of Matt Hancock at a SAGE meeting. So you'll forgive me if I don't have time to pick up a bit of cheeky Mandarin or learn the pianoforte. So why don't you take your vagina candle and shove it up your gluten-free chuff love? Anyway, she's blocked me now. I mean, what did we learn from that whole lockdown experience? About even from ourselves as individuals. I tell you what I learned about myself. I learned this. I don't think pre-pandemic I gave teachers the respect that, quite frankly, they deserve. If we have any teachers in the room here this evening, can I firstly say thank you? I think you are brilliant. I tip my hat to you. In fact, I think you people are actual wizards, because I don't know how you get 30 children to face the right way. I couldn't get two. I couldn't get two kids, my two children, just to look at me. It was like herding cats. The start of every lesson, if you can call it that, was just me going, right, okay, what are you doing over here? Go over there, join your brother and sit down. You, sweetheart, could you get off your chair? Get off your chair and... stand down off your chair, sit down. Pull your trousers up, please. Pull your trousers... Get your head out of your brother's bottom. He hasn't given his consent and we've talked about that. Pull your trousers up. Pull them... Well, if you rub it, it will get bigger and we've talked about this. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if anyone else had this, but we didn't have a single lesson without my children with their trousers and their pants around by their ankles, just windmilling their tiny dicks. Woo! Wowee! Woo-woo! Mama! Mama, look at it! Mama, come and have a look at it! Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it! Mama, come over here, please have a look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it! You're gonna love it when you see it. Look at it, look at it, look at it, look. Mummy really liked it when she saw it. Look at it, look at it, look at it. If that's something special to it, when you see it, you're gonna really enjoy it. Look at it, look at it, look at it, look at it. Mama, why have you got your hands over your eyes? Don't cover your head. Come over here and look at it, look at it, look at it. Why are you going to the kitchen? Why are you crying, Mama? Please don't cry. Come over and look at it, look at it, look at it. You're gonna love it when you see it. Look at it, look at it. I was like, oh, okay. I said I'll look at it, and I will look at it, okay? Oh, dear God, what have you done to it? Why have you done that to it? That is upsetting. Right, okay, no, just give me a moment, because I just need to defocus my eyes. Yeah, I see what you've done there. Yeah. If you fold your winky in half, it does look a lot like a snail. Well done. That's absolutely brilliant. That's the funniest thing you'll ever see in your life. A tiny little wink, and they fold it in half, and the little shell is their balls. And then... Snail winkies, the funniest thing you'll ever see in your life. I mean, I can see that joke wasn't for everyone, and I mean, I respect that. Some of you in the audience are like, well, I'm not quite sure why you had to bring your 5-year-old son's penis into the show. I mean, that seems a bit odd. I tell you why I brought it in, because snail winkies are hilarious. But it was hard. Who was that? I know, the Jeopardy, right? It's not Panto, you fuckers. Yeah, oh yes it is. Yeah, all right. That's That's not making it into the special, and you need to know that now. It's quite hard trying to write this show, The Optimist. Okay, we've already seen my personality. And I think in the world at the moment, it's really hard to be optimistic about everything that's going on, not just in this country, but internationally. And so I'm going to let you into a little secret. Okay, so originally when I was writing this show, I named it The Pessimist. Because I thought that's on brand, right? But then there was an intervention from my tour producer and my agent who was like, no, no, you can't call a show The Pessimist. We've just come out of a global pandemic. There is a cost of living crisis. What are you talking about? No, you've got to... No one's going to want to come and see a show that's called The Pessimist. So you're going to have to do something about that. And I thought, oh my goodness, I hadn't thought about the optics of that. You're absolutely right. And so I changed. As you know, you already know this, I changed the name to The Optimist. But the content... It's exactly the same. There's been no change there. But listen, I do understand that I have a responsibility as a stand-up comedian that you've paid to see, that you've come all this way to see, to offer you something optimistic, that you can walk away here and go, oh, do you know what, that lesson made me feel better about that, okay? And I take that responsibility very seriously, and I've tried to find something, and I think I have, and I hope that this is something that you can walk away from and feel proud of, and feel better about yourself and about the world in general, okay? Now, at the top of the show, I said to you, listen, my age, 48 years of age, which means that when I was a child, when I was growing up, our Prime Minister in this country was Margaret Thatcher. Now, wherever you sit politically on the spectrum, I believe that Thatcher, she told this country so very many lies, okay? But one of the biggest lies that she told us is this, that society does not exist, that collectivism is not a thing. It's all about neoliberalism, individualism, capitalism, look after number one, and fuck everyone else, okay? Now, it's taken us a long time, over 30 years, but I think that we, as a nation, as a society, we finally proved Thatcher wrong. And when did we do it? We did it during lockdown. Do you remember that? And how did we do it? Do you remember that? How did we do it, Bristol? Every Thursday. Yes. At 7 p.m. We, as a nation, as a society, collectively, made the biggest sacrifice of all by opening our own front doors, taking one step outside, and just randomly clapping for a really long time. Don't get eye contact with the neighbours, for God's sake. I want to talk to Beryl about bunions again. Do you remember that? And it was such an emotional time, wasn't it? To be outside of our houses and clapping collectively. And people would get really sort of emotional about it. Like, I can't believe that we're all doing this. And they're putting it up on TikTok and welling up as they did it. And they're putting it up on Reels. And Boris Johnson was on the outskirts going, get out of your houses. And get out of the streets. It's the Blitz spirit. And we were like, oh, if Boris Johnson thinks it's a good idea, it must be. And other people were like, my hands aren't enough. And they went inside and they grabbed a wooden spoon. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, 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 clang. Clang, clang. Boris Johnson. Society, the collective spirit. Why did we do it, Bristol? Why? We did it for a very, very important reason, because we did it because we wanted, as a nation, to let key workers know, okay, that we valued them, that we respected them, that we could see the sacrifice that they were making for us by leaving their houses, often unvaccinated, to go to work so that we could be safe at home. And we wanted to show them our appreciation and our support. And let's be honest, Bristol, how else could we have done that? There was no other way we could have shown them any support. That was the only way. And you know what? There were key workers up and down this country, you know, often working in hospitals without PPE, without a working track and trace system, grossly understaffed, undervalued, underpaid. And you know what? It didn't matter what they were doing at 7 o'clock on a Thursday. They would stop. Please, nurse, stop compressions. Beep! Sorry, could you switch the monitor off? Because I think Jean at number 57's got her pots and pans out. And that's really cut through the PTSD of that 78-hour week. Do you feel proud? I feel proud. And you know what, Bristol? I still do it. Do you remember when the nurses were on strike? I was out there. I went straight round to my hospital. I was like, "Are you all right? How you doing? Have you had a pay rise yet?" "No." Oh, sad face. "You haven't had one for 12 years. Oh, God. Is this helping?" Clang, 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 clang. Absolute double thumbs up from all the nurses. Thanks for your support. Oh, that's making all the difference. That's what we can do as a country, as a nation, when we really put our minds to it collectively. Some people might say, stop clapping. And just don't vote Conservative. Whoa. This is not a rally. And just to let you know, I'm not saying that. I don't have any strong opinions either way. And, you know, listen, I want you to know, I've got Tory friends. So, I've got friends who are, no, I haven't got any. No. But on a serious note, I do think I'm part of the problem. We live in very binary sort of times, really sort of divisive and combative times where we can't really even be in the same room as somebody who has a different political opinion to us. And that's absolutely ridiculous. Because the only way we're going to make any real changes in this country is if we have some kind of cross-party agreement on policy, so that policies that have a long-term impact and that can really make positive change for people that need it most in this country, that's the only way those policies are ever going to happen, is if we come to some sort of agreement. And I want you to know that I have, in the past, and I will continue to do so, talk to people who I know vote differently from me. And I think it's really important to do that. I did that at the last election. I will do that at this election. But the problem is, I always seem to get the same response from these people. Okay, it's very disheartening. And I say to people, have you thought about voting differently? Your way's not working. Have you thought about maybe voting in a way that doesn't just benefit you? Have you thought about that? I always get the same response from these people.
Jennifer. You say one mustn't vote for the Conservative Party, but really if one wanted to vote Tory, who could one possibly vote for? And if one wasn't to vote for the Conservative Party, I just don't know who could one possibly vote for. I just don't understand what's the alternative, Jen? What's the alternative?
Call me an optimist. But at this stage, I would say a balloon with a wig on, a turnip, some dust, 6 squashed chickpeas under my shoe, a succulent, a broken microwave, an abandoned hubcap. Dane Bowers. Tinky fucking Winky. Literally any old fucking thing. That's why I had to squirrel myself away to Brighton so I could be amongst other liberal, left-wing, smug, sanctimonious pricks like me. You know, good people. But you know what? It's not all shits and giggles in Brighton, because I'll be honest with you, for the very reason I like Brighton is the very reason I find it fucking irritating. Because I find those very same smug sanctimonious pricks very, very irritating, okay? Because I'll tell you why. Whenever you meet anybody from Brighton, some middle-class left-wing person, they're just so bloody upbeat all the time. Come on, Jen, let's just make the best of things. I don't know about you, but I find happy people creepy. What are you laughing about? What are you smiling about? Have you not read the news? But they're like that in Brighton. They're very, very optimistic. Let's make the best of things, Jen. Don't be a bloody Debbie Downer. Come on. We live in Brighton. We live by the sea. How lucky are we? Top 20 places to live in the whole country. Hooray for us. Guess what? Caroline Lucas is our MP. Is one of the only Green MPs in the whole of Parliament. Oh my gosh, we're so very, very lucky. We've got 49 vegan restaurants. Fingers crossed for a 50th. Maybe we'll have a street party. Oh, uber happy. I've just found somewhere to recycle my Tetra Paks, and I kept up all the hobbies I was doing during lockdown. I was doing yoga with Adrienne, and I was baking sourdough, and oh, do fuck off. I don't know if you've been to Brighton, but the last thing that town needs is any more sourdough. That whole town is made of sourdough. Do you know what I'd like? I'd like to be able to walk into a bakery for once and just order a white loaf. That's what I want, just a dirty white loaf full of sugar and starch. I'll tell you what I want from a loaf. IBS. Yeah, I want a couple of slices of bread, and then I want a 3-hour tricky poo where I'm questioning all of my life choices.
Oh my God, that fried egg sandwich was delicious, but oh my God, I don't think it's ever gonna leave my body. Oh God, I feel so vulnerable right now. Somebody please come in here and hold my hand.
I spent so much time on Gwyneth Paltrow's Instagram and on her website Goop that now my Instagram algorithms have gone up the spout. They're completely batshit now. The adverts I'm getting are completely crazy. I got an advert not that long ago for a deodorant for your vulva. Yeah, they didn't have the decency to call it a vulvodorant. Absolutely livid. That wasn't the worst thing about it. The craziest thing about it was that it was an aerosol. Who in their right mind is aerosoling their vag? I mean, a roll-on, sure, we could all lean into that. Every cis woman knows there's not a woman in the world that needs to deodorise her vulva. Yeah? And if, as one of those cis women, you find yourself in your bedroom alone, yeah? Maybe you're getting undressed, yeah? And you find yourself thinking, you got to get to a GP quick smart. You're going to need some hardcore... There's not enough flat Febreze in the world that's going to sort that shit out, yeah? You need some drugs, okay? You tossers. very compulsive personality, and I became, obsessed with Gwyneth Paltrow and her bloody website, Goop. I spent 17 hours on it. I felt completely gaslit by it. I was like,
Come on, Gwyneth, there's got to be something here for me.
because if you don't know what Goop is, it's her flagship website. It's a lifestyle, it's a health, it's a well-being website for women. It's everything a woman doesn't need on one website. I know, I've checked it out for you, okay? The kind of shit that's on there, you're like, what is this?
I thought, what the fuck is this, Gwyneth? What are you peddling, my lovely?
I found a no makeup routine. Is this on? Can you hear me? I just said there was a no makeup routine. The idea being that you buy all of this makeup, you put the makeup on your face, and it looks like you're not wearing makeup. I'm a 48-year-old leser. I've been doing that my entire life, and so far it has cost me fuck all. Trying to find something in there that I could make use of. Well, I'm going to cut the tension in the room here because I know I've created it, so now it's time to cut it. I found something. You'll be relieved to hear that I could make use of. I found myself a yoga mat, and I thought, fine. Maybe it's a lot of you have got yoga mats. I've got one. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You can spend £10, £15, something like that. You can pick one up, I don't know, somewhere like Sports Direct or Decathlon or somewhere like that. Well, you can buy one on Goop, yeah? £55. Yeah, I thought, okay. Okay, fine. Okay, well, but I've already got one. But so if I'm going to buy this one's obviously going to be doing something more than the one I've got. Because what did you do on a mat? You sort of lie on it, roll around in it, do your stretches on it. But this is obviously going to be doing more than the one that I'm currently doing, because otherwise why would it be spending 550% more than the yoga mat that I've already currently got? Because if I'm going to spend 550% more on a yoga mat than the one that I've currently got, I want something more from that yoga mat. Do you know what I mean? I want to have something extra. I want extra from the yoga mat, Gwyneth. I want fucking extra. I tell you what I want. When I'm doing downward dog, I want a little tickle on my clit. That's what I want. You've got to take some responsibility for your mental health, okay? You can't just be... I can't just be this nihilistic pessimist for the rest of my life. I've got to take some, I've got to think about doing something positive and being a positive role model for my children. And I want you to know that I have tried, and I am still trying to be a better human and to look at the bright side of life. And you'll be very proud of me, because I've taken one step in the right direction, and I found myself with a hobby, and I've never had a hobby before. I started the hobby during lockdown, okay? And what I've learned as an adult about having a hobby is that no one gives a shit about your hobby. In fact, I would go so far as to say that my friends are actively angry about the hobby that I've chosen. It's true that during lockdown this hobby did get quite a lot of attention, and now if I even bring it up, they look like they want to punch me in the face, okay? Now, my hobby is sea swimming. I live by the sea, so that makes perfect sense, and I swim all year round, okay? This is my third winter, and I really enjoy it. It's been absolutely fantastic for my mental health. It's really... it's just been life-changing for me, and I will continue to do it because it's been such a positive thing in my life. God forbid that I should bring it up in front of any of my friends, because let's be honest, when I first started doing it, sure, maybe I talked about it a fair bit. Maybe I was a little bit evangelical about it. But if I even mention it now, they lose it. They're like, if they ask me, Jen, what have you been up to today? And I say, oh, actually, I went for a swim this morning. They're like, oh... How interesting, Jennifer. Did you go for a swim this morning? Oh, it's been about 45 seconds since you last mentioned going sea swimming. Why don't you bore us shitless about the benefits of cold water? Is it really good for your mental health, Jen? Is it really great for your circulation? Does it do something positive? Did you buy yourself a dry robe, Jen? Did you buy yourself a little camo dry robe with a pink hood, you fucking prick? What you people want from me. I'm finally doing something positive, and you've made it into something negative. And by the way, I am a middle-aged woman. Do you want to know how many hobbies are available to middle-aged women? 3 hobbies. And one of those is colouring in. And I'm not going to do that. There's women in Hove, right, in cafes, colouring in public like it's normal. Oh, Samantha, look! I kept it between the lines. What the hell is wrong with you? Sure, do your colouring in, but have the decency to feel deep shame and embarrassment and keep that shit at home. I tell you what, the makeup routine that really just did it for me, that Gwyneth Paltrow suggested, was the post-orgasm glow. I disproportionately made me angry. I thought, what the hell is a post-orgasm glow? What is that? Is that? I don't even know what that is. I didn't even know that was a look as women we were aspiring to achieve. I could hear her voice in my head. Come on, girls, let's go to girls. What is that? I don't think I've ever heard of women saying, oh, you know, because you know what it's like, girls, when you're getting ready on a Saturday night. Yeah, you make yourself look pretty. Maybe you catch yourself in the mirror, and you find yourself thinking, ah! Yeah, I do look good. But do you know what? Something is missing from this overall look. Oh, I know what it is. I do not look like I have recently been fucked. It's not something a woman has ever said, okay? You're going to do that every time, aren't you? So, but can I have that back, please? Because I want it. I think this is why Gwyneth Paltrow winds me up. It's not really anything she does. I just wish she would be honest about what she's doing. She's trying to sell us gear. Well, then just sell it. Yeah. Don't package it like in a way that's like, oh, you know, this is all about feminism and it's about women's health. Just be honest and go, I've got this shit. Do you want it? Because if you want it, you can buy it. Just be honest. Because otherwise it feels like she's just monetising women's neurosis. She wants us to go and buy all the makeup to get this post-orgasm glow. And I was like, okay, fine. Let's find out about this post-orgasm glow. Let's at least find out how much it would cost, okay? So I took the time, Bristol. I carved out the time in my day. To add it all up. Because as I told you before, I'm not well, okay? And if you were to purchase every item of makeup that Gwyneth Paltrow is suggesting, right, it would cost you £800, okay? Oh, so finally, we're on board. Okay, great. £800 to achieve a post-orgasm glow. Now, we've talked about this being a safe space at the beginning of the show. I hope that still applies. Okay. And I'm not going to lie to you, but there was a little brief moment of vulnerability where I thought, you know what? Why not? Maybe I should be doing this. Other women are doing it. They're investing in themselves. Maybe I should invest in myself. I'm in that privileged position where I could take £800 and invest in that post-orgasm glow. Take that post-orgasm glow on tour with me. Why not? Maybe I could do that. Yeah, invest in me. That's what I thought to myself. Invest in yourself. Yeah. I thought that's what I could do. I could take £800 to achieve a post-orgasm glow. Of course I could do that, Bristol. Of course I could do that. Of course I could. Or I could rub one out. And I did. And do you know what? I look brilliant, so I think Gwyneth's onto something, actually. But I'm trying, you know, there are positive things. There's always positive things. You've just got to try and find them, you know. And sometimes you don't have to look too far. I have to be honest with you, might be controversial amongst some people, but I feel very positive about my age. I am a woman in my 40s, and I am enjoying my 40s, okay? Now, I know this doesn't apply for everyone, okay, but it's very much my own experience. I didn't much like my 20s, yeah? My 30s were an absolute mess, but my 40s, oh my God, they have kicked off. And one of the things I love the most about being a woman in my 40s is this. My give a fuckometer does not flicker anymore! Do you not like me? Good, I'm knackered. knackered. I haven't got the bloody energy to talk to you anyway. And this is the great thing about being in your 40s. You start to sort this out. You start your 40s, your 50s, and into your 60s. You're sorting your noggin out. What a great thing, yeah? And I just feel sad about that. The perfect situation. I just wish I could grab that 40-year-old head of mine and put it on my 20-year-old self, my 20-something-year-old self. Because when you're in your 20s, sure, of course, you're an adult. Of course you are. But you're not like... Do you know what I mean? You don't know, you haven't got the experience. There's lots of things you don't know, okay? And how can you? Because you just haven't been alive long enough, right? There's so many things in your 20s that you don't know. Here's one thing that you definitely do not know when you're young. In your teens and in your 20s, you do not know that you are beautiful. You are beautiful. And I'm not talking about what fashion or media says to us what beauty is. I mean this. You are beautiful because you are young. And you have so many things that we do not have. And one of those things is called collagen. You don't know this, right? But when you're not looking, we're looking at your skin and we're going, that is lovely, that is. Ooh, that is very beautiful, that is lovely. Look at that, that's just pink right back, that is delicious. Someone bumped into me in the supermarket 3 weeks ago. That mark, that's still there. Because that's the other thing that starts to happen to you as you get older. You know, you start to sort this out, but then your body starts to fall apart. Your body starts to deteriorate. I mean, I just look at my bodies now and I can recognise it. I used to have great tits, I'm going to be honest with you. I used to have a bloody good set of baps. Not anymore. Oh, not anymore. My tits haven't been together for a very long time. Just waving at each other from across my chest going, are you right, babe? How you been? I haven't seen you for ages. Oh, I've just been under her armpit for the last 3 hours. I bent down to pick up one of my kids' toys recently. A little bit of wee came out. I thought, I didn't even give birth to these children. What the hell? My pelvic floor's just gone, sorry, babe. No coughing, no sneezing, no laughing, okay? That's that. All right, then, bye. Here's another thing that starts happening to women as we get older. And there's shame attached to it, as there is with any change in a woman's body. There's shame attached to it. We get our periods, shame. We hit the menopause, shame. And here's another thing we're supposed to feel ashamed about, and I'm not going to bloody feel ashamed about, and I'm going to talk about it. It's a taboo subject, I'm not supposed to mention it, but I'm going to mention it. Why? Because I'm a bloody maverick, okay? Okay? Right, here's something that happens to some women, okay, as we hit our 40s, 50s, as we hit the menopause, we wake up one morning, and out of the blue, we've got a little cheeky beard, okay? We've got ourselves a little goatee. Now listen, it's not, do you know, and it's not even a beard that we could be fucking proud of, yeah? Wouldn't it be great if you could spot a menopausal woman because she looked just like Brian Blessed? Wouldn't that be great? Vera, I love what you've done with your sideburns, sweetheart. A little bit of glitter, yes, please. No, it's just some sort of wispy, puby business. As a young woman, you don't have to worry about this. You're not worrying about a beard. When you're getting ready to go out, you just get ready and you go out. You've got all the agency in the world. Step out the door, beard-free, confident as the day is long. Do you think we can do that? We can't do that, yeah? We cannot do that. We've got to get into the bathroom, haven't we, with our tweezers. Put your reading glasses on, girls. Don't muck about. You know what it's like when you haven't got your reading glasses on? You're like, oh, that looks absolutely... Oh, hang on, I'll just double check. Ah! It's like a sea anemone hanging from your chin. You get your tweezers out, bing, bang, bing, bang, bing, bang, bong. Can't leave it there, you've got to be thorough. Get side on, get the light behind it. Ah, there's more. Bing, 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 bing. You've got to be thorough. Have a little feel with your fingers. Anything puby coming through? No? Great! Leave your house. Beard-free. Confident, as if you're in your 20s. Maybe it gets to about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You find yourself in one of those public toilets with the aggressive overhead lights. You're coming out of the toilet cubicle, minding your own business, make your way to the sink, just washing your hands. You look up, 9-inch pube hanging out your chin. That you could cut cheese with. It wasn't there at 8 o'clock in the morning. How the hell does it grow so quickly? I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what menopausal women have in their chins, but shouldn't we be putting it on crops? We know there's a food shortage. And of course, when this is happening to you, there is shame attached to it again, and sometimes you can't even tell your friend. Maybe you want to confide in someone, but you can't. What if you tell your friend and they're like, oh, babe, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never had that problem. So who can you turn to? If your mum is about, you can turn to your mum, as I did. Hit my 40s, perimenopausal, grew a beard, went to my direct, dogmatic Spanish mum, and I said, when were you going to tell me about this business? Where is the support group for whatever this is? I said, Mum, what am I going to do about this? And my mum said to me, oh, Jennifer, you are such a drama queen. Jennifer, don't worry about this beard. Okay, go, live your life. Be confident. I said, Mum, I can't be confident because I've got a beard. And it's getting in the way of the confidence. I said, Mum, what am I going to do about this beard? Mum said, oh my goodness, Jennifer, okay, you want to do something about this? Here's something you can do. You can go to the chemist, you can buy some Jolene, and you can bleach it. I said, I'm so sorry, Mum. Can you just repeat what you just said? Jennifer, I just said to you, you can go to the chemist, you can buy some Jolene, and you can bleach it. I said, Mum,
I don't know what look you think I'm going for here. But it's not Richard fucking Branson, okay?
My mum was always much more optimistic than me. Sadly, she died last year. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your kind arm. But it's hard to talk about grief. Grief is a tricky one. And it's tricky to be optimistic and positive while you're grieving. But I thought, I'm just not very good at the whole positivity lark. I don't know if you picked up that. But I'm trying. And I thought I'm going to at least try to approach my grief in a positive way. And so here's something I've tried to do. My mum used to live near me, so I used to talk to her all the time. And when she died, very suddenly, I realised I couldn't talk to her anymore. But I thought, I'm still going to do that because I miss her. And I'm not going to stop talking to her just because she's not here. And so that's what I've done. I've decided, I made the decision to try to do that, to keep, even though my mum is dead, to keep talking to my mum. And I do that. And I try to talk to her, Bristol, every day.
Can you hear me, Jennifer? Over. Jennifer, can you bloody hell? I don't know what's going on up here. Can you hear me? La 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 la. Can you hear me, Jennifer? Over.
Yes, Mum, I can hear you. I can hear you. How are you? I haven't spoken to you for a few days. How are things?
Jennifer, everything is kicking off. I am having the time of my life. Jennifer, you're not going to believe this, but I have finally made it up the stairs. Jennifer, you do not believe in God, you do not believe in heaven, but it turns out I was right, you were wrong. And I am having so much fun, Jennifer. I have met God, and we are now best friends. Again, Jennifer, I told you this when you were 15 and you did not believe me, but you were wrong. Turns out God is a woman. Very, very angry, confrontational, very, very aggressive woman. Shouting, something about some man called Andrew Tate. He is some kind of prick. Telling Jacob Rees-Mogg, not in my name! And some man called Ron DeSantos telling him to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, DeSantos. Nobody in heaven, Jennifer, nobody has genitals. Just so you know, Jennifer, nobody has genitals. It's a fact. Okay, actually, that's not true. Jennifer, I told a little white lie there. Jennifer, I was walking through heaven the other day. I saw somebody. They turned around. It was a man. Guess what? His winky was just like a snail. Oh my God, Jennifer, I laughed in his face. No, but Jennifer, nobody has genitals. You can either have, okay, you can have a button. You press the button, as many orgasms as you like. If you don't want the button, Jennifer, you can have a bucket of chicken.
I mean, those are very weird choices, Mum. I mean, who is having the chicken when they can have a button, when they can have as many orgasms as they like?
Jennifer, every single vegan has taken the chicken. Because it's chicken, but it's not chicken, and it tastes better than chicken. La 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 la. Anyway, Jennifer, I have taken the button and I am having a very fun time. Anyway, Jennifer, look.
Oh, Mum, you've forgotten that you have to hold the button down. So, Mum, you got to press the button when you want to speak, and then you let it go when you want to. So you got to press the button when you want to speak, Mum.
Right.
No, you got to press it down, Mum. Press the button down when you want to speak.
No.
Hold the button down, Mum. Hold the button down, and then you can speak.
Oh my God, Jennifer, I was pressing the wrong button. I'm so sorry. To be honest, Jennifer, I did think it was weird you wanted me to press that button. We are close, but oh my God, I hope we are never that close. Anyway, Jennifer, I cannot stay. I'm in the middle of a game of a Scrabble with God. Now, listen, I have a message for your brothers. Tell them that I love them very much. Please, Jennifer, look at you. Eat something. You are skinny. Eat some food, okay? Some a sandwich, a snack, or some a soup, or something like this, okay? And before I go, Jennifer, please lighten up. You are a Debbie Downer. Try to enjoy your life and live your life. Have fun. We're all going to be dead soon. My goodness me, Jennifer, for heaven's sake. And I told you this before, but you wouldn't listen to me. So hear it from me again. You annoying bellend. Everything is going to be all right.
Thank you so much. You have been absolutely wonderful. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Please give it up for Helen Bauer!
Keep going! Okay, that was amazing. Like literally the best entrance on stage ever. Just walking down the staircase and just looking out at so many babes just looking at me like, yes! Makes me feel so warm on the inside, and it really helps the fact that this guy is just looking at me like, ugh, no. This? She is way too fuckable to be funny. You know, when you can just see in a guy's eyes, like, why would she have a personality with those tits? Thank you all so much for being here. Like, are you guys all fans of stand-up comedy? Woo! Yeah, me too. things. I just don't envy you, is what I'm saying. Sitting there for an hour, listening to my opinions. No, thank you. I think I just don't like stand-up that much, because there is a tendency for comedians during an hour's show to get very vulnerable. Reveal a very deep trauma about themselves, a secret. And I know I should admire it, but when I'm in the crowd watching them open up, I'm just like, you're a fucking moron. We can all see ya. I know it's not good because I'm in the audience and I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm like, I don't know what to touch. I just think I'm self-aware enough to know there are better things to watch than me. Like, there is nothing I can do tonight that would be as funny as, like, 3 estate agents letting loose in Mallorca, walking around a pool, and then falling in and shitting themselves. That is my sort of comedy, like, yes, please! I would just define my comedy maybe more like YouTube trash. For scum. Do we have any scum in? Great self-awareness, babe. Seriously, you should have cheered. I just love YouTube. I'm obsessed with YouTube fails. Does anyone watch it? Yeah, obviously. Love you. Mainly because I've just found the wedding playlist. Now, look, I want you all to like me a lot. I do. I just need us all to agree that there is nothing better in the entire world than a bride's day being completely ruined. And the light falling out of her eyes. Come on, it's amazing! Okay, I found this one video. It is life-changing. It's a bride on her big day. I'm assuming her name's like Lauren or something. She's basic as fuck! You look so awkward. Your name's not Lauren, is it? Oh, thank God. What's your name?
Cara.
Cara? Okay, well, same thing. What the fuck? You were like Lauren, gross. Cara, creative parents. No, does that sound so bitchy? Oh my God, I'm obviously saying basic with love. I'm also basic. Look at my hoops. It's just... Personally, I define myself as basic plus because I'm self-aware with it. Does that make sense? Like, I've got scented candles. Of course I do. I'm not a freak. It's just... I don't switch them out seasonally. Like, I'm not throwing away pumpkin spice on November 1st. Because I believe in me. I'm a bit of fun. Cara. I knew this bride was basic for one main reason. Because she was walking down the aisle to Beauty and the Beast. Which is right, like we get it, right? You're the beauty, they're the beast, he's gonna rescue you. Work on yourself! As women in this country, we still don't have equal pay, and sometimes it does feel like some women aren't trying hard enough. Embarrassing at this point. Walking down the aisle to Tale as Old as Time. And as she was going, her dad stepped on her train and out flopped a tit. And what was so lush, just for the women, you could see in her eyes it wasn't the good one. Like, we know when the good one flops out, like, obviously we pretend to be embarrassed, we're not whores. You're like, oh my God, it's so embarrassing. No, stop staring, you're a fucking pervert. Like, but secretly, it's like, yes. They're both the same. Like, which is your favourite tit you've got? Yeah, me too. Is that when you lick your nipple and blow on it, it wrinkles up slower? Yeah, no, me neither. What the fuck? Every woman should have a favourite tit. If you don't have one, figure it out. Stuff's important. I know which one my favourite tit is because I get drunk and I take it out. For attention. Should make it clear, that makes it sound like I have a problem. I only get my tit out when I'm drunk, so it's like super classy. It's just, it happens a lot. Because I drink a lot. I love drinking. You guys are drinking, this makes me feel like very at home right now, because I think I drink so much because it's one of the few things I'm genuinely good at. I know I'm good at it because I can currently drink 3 bottles of rosé wine in one sitting. Thank you. I feel like most of us are impressed by that, apart from this man just drinking a beer, looking at me like, 3 bottles? She can't do it. She's too thin. Correct! Yeah, I'm a lucky woman and sometimes I forget to eat. Am I right, Cara? Salad. No! See, now I've done that thing where I say I'm thin and I feel the need to point out to the guys in the back just looking at me like, she thinks she's thin. Does she know? Should we tell her? Like, obviously I know I'm overweight. Like, I know that. I've got a mum. Told me. Didn't have to. Just really fucking wanted to. She tells me all the time. Thing is, I don't mind being overweight. It doesn't bother me. The only thing that bothers me is how much my weight annoys my mum, and I'm trying this really cute thing, I guess it's for feminism, where I'm trying to not be another young woman who blames her mum for everything. But I'm overweight because my mum is liberal. Full liberal. Like, my mum didn't give us dummies when we were babies because she believed in freedom of speech, which is like cute, but my big brother's in and out of jail, my sister's a pot washer, and I do this, so good job, Anne! I tell you where I think she messed up where I was younger. If I was at home in my room, trying to study to do well in my exams, my mum would just walk in like, oh, Helen, just studying all by yourself again. Oh, you can do anything you want with your life. Anything. Do what I did. It's like, what, study dance in Lancaster and marry Dad? No. Dad's gross. Thing is, when you're told not to study, you don't study. I got the worst grades ever, but luckily I'm English, right? You can still go to university with the worst grades. They'll take your money either way. It's amazing. I got offered a place at a really bad uni, but at the same time, I got offered a job in a cafe making cheese toasties. And I'm not a moron. Like, degree or cheese. Degree or cheese. Ooh. Cheese! It was a cheese toasty cafe. I was 18. I lost my mind! My first day there, my manager, Rick, who has to be the worst businessman of all time, took one look at me and he was like, oh, Helen, just so you know, for lunch, you can just make yourself a free cheese toasty every single day. Rick! Done! Thing is, when you don't get a degree, you still want to challenge yourself, right? Still want to be the best you can be. For me personally, I wanted to see how many grams of cheddar cheese I could eat in a single toasty. Turns out, I'm a fucking hero. Not grams. No. Kilograms! Rick just came in every day like, oh my God, where's all the cheese gone? We had so much cheese here and we've had like no customers. Like, Helen, where is the cheese? And I just emerge from behind the fridge. Like, where's the cheese gone, Rick? I don't know. 10 pounds heavier. Cheese grease coming out my mouth. Like, it's a bloody mystery. Where's the cheese gone? Where's the cheese? Genuine question, has anyone here ever gone up an apron size? Me neither. I'm genuinely very comfortable in my body. It's just I have been going through something weird with my weight recently. I do think it's important to be honest. I'm in a weird phase where, I don't know if any of you have ever had this. Basically, currently, like, the more cheese toasties I eat, be respectful. Thank you. The more cheese toasties I eat, the more weight I gain. Has anyone had this? Because it feels medical. Medical. No, I'm going doctor, it's gone mad. Basically currently stuck having to go clothes shopping every 3 weeks to replace my outfits. And it's not like I'm going up a clothes size every 3 weeks. No way, fruit's the best. Am I right, gals? What's happening is every 3 weeks of me walking around with a new pair of jeans on is these holes just appear here, in between my thighs, where the material's just gone. Fuck it, Helen! I'm not doing it anymore! I'm out! Like, give me a cheer if you suffer this injustice. Wait, thank you for your honesty. My mum thinks it's just a me thing, which is mad. Like, I get that they're my jeans and it's my problem, but it's like, it's also the children. They need to sew better. I'm not taking the full blame for that. I love the people growling are definitely wearing Primark, by the way. Like, also, I'll tell you what's really sad, like, obviously filming this for a special, and I really want to show you the holes that I'm talking about, and I want to pull it up and show you my shorts. It's just that I'm on my period. And you know when you think you haven't leaked, but you can smell iron, so you're not even sure. Look at me, sir! In the eyes! Respect my body! No, you know that smell when you put your hand on a metal railing at a train station? And you're like, is it my cunt? Like pennies? Madness. Felt good. Thing is, I'm a sweet baby angel, right? You can tell. Like a baby. I don't want to have holes in my clothes. I don't want to have stains on them either. But for me to get that, I've got to go clothes shopping every 3 weeks to replace my jeans. And I never want to be the female comic that stands on stage and speaks on behalf of every woman in the audience, but by virtue of being a female comedian, I do represent all women at all times. So you are welcome, and I'm genuinely really fucking sorry. I just think in general, women don't enjoy clothes shopping enough to go every 3 weeks. Some do, good for them. I thought I was one of them. I thought I'd love it. Mainly because I found out there was a section for me and my people. Because when I first went as an adult, I learned about my people. Because I'm a 6'1" woman. Just people looking at me now like, oh, she's gorgeous. Do you reckon she's got a broad back and speaks fluent German? Jawohl. It's fucking beautiful, right? 6'1", that means I'm a supermodel. Yes! Think a broad back's amazing on a woman because I can carry things. I can carry a relationship on this bad boy if only you'd let me! And German's sexy. I'm not having this argument with people anymore. Any second language on anyone, it's so beautiful, it's so attractive. It's just, when you speak German, you look like me and your surname's Bauer. People get tense. Trying to figure out, oh my God, how German is she? But it's cool because I'm obviously not German, right? Like, I'm obviously English. Like, I'm a tiny bit German, a tiny bit. Like, my parents, not even German. It was my grandparents. Which is fun if you don't think about the dates. Okay? Dead now, scum! No, let me say this. My grandparents, sure, from Germany and Austria, but they'd already left to come to the UK before World War II. Huh? So my family is clean. Sort of. I don't know if everyone knows this, but during the World Wars in the UK, everyone who had a German surname changed their surname to a random different spelling or a random different English name. Like, everyone did it, everyone. Even the royal family changed their German surname. My grandparents kept the German spelling. Just in case. Germany wins the war. They arrive in Britain and they could be like, English, Bauer, wir haben auf dich gewartet, toll! You've got to be prepared! Okay, sure, I'm a bit German, but I'm tall, that's what's important. I'm 6'1", that means I'm allowed to shop in the tall section. Do we have any women in here, 5'9" and above, that shop in tall? Give me a cheer. Oh my God, I love you. I love tall women. I had a vision when I first went to the tall section that it would just be the two of us, right? Forget them, scum. Just us, like, high-fiving, but really fucking high. You touch the ceiling, I touch it, 'cause we can. I don't know, you drop something on the floor, but your petite friend's not there to pick it up for you. And we're just like, leave it, Cara will get it later. That was my vision for the tall section. It was my dream. But you can agree with me that it's not like that? No, because we don't get a security guard ensuring no petite women come into our zone. Now I'm aware I'm surrounded. I'm just going to speak on behalf of us and tall women really quickly. I like petite women. I do. You girls are fun. Prosecco. But if I see one more petite woman coming into our zone, picking up my top and going, what a fun dress, I will lose my mind. That is bullshit, right? I have never in my life gone into your zone, picked up your belt and gone, what a fun bracelet. No! Got to learn to stick to our zones! And I'm aware I should not shout about sticking to your zones after talking about my German heritage. It's very disappointing for me. I genuinely believed when I was younger I'd be amazing at clothes shopping. Move out of my small town in Fleet, Hampshire, move up to London and be fashion itself. I think it's because I was raised in an era where every TV show was based off taking a woman shopping and forcing her to have a makeover she didn't want. I just think I knew more than I did. Do we remember this amazing era? It was the era when any woman, no matter how broken she was, could have everything fixed by one trip to River Island with Gok Wan. She'd arrive on screen and be like, so my partner left me and my house is on fire and I don't have a job and turns out I don't have a vagina anymore, so it's fucking mad. And they'd be like, oh, yellow chunky waist belt? She'd be like, yes! Such a good time. It was the same era in Britain where every woman believed, and I say believed with no sense of irony, that if we ate 2 bowls of Special K twice a day for 2 weeks, we'd lose a jean size. Okay, that is actually the reason we don't have equal pay. It's because we don't deserve it. We're such dumb bitches. It's embarrassing at this point. makeover TV shows. I genuinely love them. Like, I miss them being on TV. We've only got a couple left. You know, my friend, she thinks the reason we don't have makeover TV shows anymore is because we don't need them. Because everyone is perfect just the way they are. That's like isn't that so nice? Like, I'm just dying saying it. Like, it's so cute. It's so cute. Like, you are perfect just the way you are. I love it. It's not true. I mean, I have a mirror. I can see myself. I have eyes. I can see all of you. We all need a makeover. And I'm not just saying that physically, of course not. I'm talking mentally. Of course you should always want to be a better version of yourself, a kinder person, a more generous person. You should always want that. It's just, I take it a little bit further. Sometimes try and become a different version of myself, a whole new person. I'd say I've been doing this since I was 14. Once a year since I was 14. I've wanted to be a new person so badly that I've just freaked out in the middle of the night and panicked and cut myself a fringe. I'm so aware I should say fringe. So much faster there. It's just like, and I love the tension. Also, come on, I'm 30, I have cut myself, but only for attention, so it's genuinely super chill. Do we know the fringe I'm talking about? This is a very specific fringe. I am not talking about a fringe that you go to a salon and pay to get done. I am talking about the fringe that you cut for yourself at 2 in the morning, listening to the entirety of the Les Mis soundtrack. You want to be a new person, but you don't want to put the effort in? Ha-ha! Fringe it is! I love this fringe. I still do it yearly, because I'm a moron. And I forget that I have naturally very curly hair. So I cut it in the middle of the night, like Miz is playing, my hair's wet, it's amazing. Just looking at myself like, Helen, you've done it. But inevitably, Les Mis ends. And my hair dries. And it bounces up into the maddest row of ringlets you have ever seen on a woman in your life. Which was fine, right? Back in the day, I clip it back, I'm Lizzie McGuire, I'm crushing the game. It's different now. Times have changed. There's rules to fringes. Like, the higher your fringe, the worse your mental health. It is such a clear sign things aren't going right. You have got to be so careful. I'm only doing it once a year because I have this vision in my head, this dream of like me with my new fringe, looking amazing, walking down the street, running into my ex-boyfriend, and him being like, oh, who's the angel with the fringe? And I'm just like, ha! It's me! It's Helen! Love me! How amazing! I should make it clear that is literally never gonna happen. Like, ever. This is always a bit tricky to say, but when I say ex, I am referring to a guy that I refer to as an ex. But he does not refer to me as an ex. He refers to me as someone who just hung around him a lot for a long time. But I'm like, well, I was in love and I got my heart broken, so I'm counting it as a relationship. Thank you. We've all had that relationship, right? When you were like, we're in love. You just missed it. It's a tricky relationship to do. I was in one of these relationships for so long and I was just walking around to my friends like, you can't meet him, but it's super serious. It's a relationship. Some of you might call that lying. Yeah, lying. I'm a liar, okay, I'm a liar. But I'm damn good at it. I'm a good liar. And do you know why I'm a good liar? Because I learned from the best. Because my mum, such a good liar. My mum's incredible at lying, incredible. I do want to go into my mum. I just want to check and see if anyone's got a similar mum to me in. I've got a very classic British mum where if I have a headache, she'll have a brain tumour. Always going to be one step ahead with her dramas. My mum's amazing. She only lies to protect herself, which I think is important. She just takes it that one step further. In 1997, my mum did the best lie. Now, do you guys remember 97? It was like the best year ever. Like, Diana died, Titanic came out, it was incredible. Also, do you know that some people think those two events aren't related? Mad! In 97, my mum found herself in that classic situation where all of her friends got together to go and see the film Titanic, and they didn't invite her. Which sucks, right? Like, it's awful, that feeling of being left out the group, but it happens to all of us, and then usually you move on. But what was awful was the following Monday, my mum was with all of them at the school gate, and they were all talking about the film and how amazing it was, how much fun they had. And then one of them, Rosemary, don't even get me started. She was like, oh, God, oh, we're so wicked. We didn't invite you. Did we, Anne? My mum won't be embarrassed. Lord, no. She said, I was invited, I just didn't want to go. Good lie. Solid lie. Self-preservation. Leave it there. My mum is a creative. She kept going. My mum said she didn't want to see the film Titanic because it would bring back too many memories for her. Because in a past life, she was on the boat. Which is too strong a choice of a lie. A lie she sticks to this day. If I play Celine Dion, she's like, Helen, they will have a flashback. No, you won't! She's one of these people. Do we all know someone like this? Like, it's definitely mental illness, but it's early in the show, so we'll call it kooky. She's a bit of a kook. She's a crazy kook. Like, my mum's best friend is a woman she hired to be her clairvoyant. Whose name, by the way, is Trish. Look, I don't want to slag off any Trishes. I love a Trish in general. They're amazing. A Trish can do many things. Like, a Trish can get divorced, she can go Mallorca, she can have stepkids, she can have a chat show. A Trish can thrive. A Trish cannot speak to the other side. But my mum is in love with Trish, because Trish has told my mum, you are correct, Anne. You do have ghosts in your new build next to Fleet Service Station on the M3. Okay. And the reason, Anne, that you can tell they're there is because you have powers. Because you are, in fact, a witch. Okay. And now Trish needs to meet me and my little sister, because apparently the women in our family are in a lineage. A lineage of witches. Now, look, I don't want to argue with my mum and Trish. I have learnt, not a good idea. The curses. But I do agree. I agree with them slightly. Like, the women in our family, we're in a lineage. We're in a lineage of poor mental health, bad relationships with men, and oddly angled vaginas, 100%. But it's also like, screw it. If we're calling it witching, I'll join the coven. Hand me the hat! Bit of drama. I've got a dramatic mum. I know a lot of people think they have a dramatic parent, but I know my mum is the most dramatic. 'Cause when I was 6 years old, my mum decided, with no prior training in this field whatsoever, that she was going to run a drama school from our living room. All she did was change the family voicemail service from hello, you've reached the Bauer family to hello, you've reached the Bauer family and the Anne Bauer School of Drama. 'Tis a confident choice. Because she was teaching kids, like little 7-year-old kids, in our living room, whilst me and my dad and brother and sister were just on the other side of the door in the kitchen, looking at each other like, is this legal? Are we serious? But we figured it was fine, right? She just needed a degree to teach kids. She needs a pashmina and a brooch, and she had both. Also, she's teaching 7-year-olds drama. It's a wonderful thing to teach them. You're teaching them play and confidence. Like, every 7-year-old around the world learning drama is being taught the same way, right? You get your group of 7-year-olds all together, like, come on babies, blah, blah, blah. Like, let's do a scene. We'll do a fun little improv. Let's say it's your birthday, happy birthday, and everyone else, you're at the zoo, and you pick a different animal, and just lose your mind, just have fun, play with it, and you walk around and look at all of them. What a fun scene. Should we do it? Let's do it. That is how you teach drama to kids. My mum was teaching it more as a sort of therapy for herself. Because she'd get her 7-year-old, just one at a time, and be like, okay, sweetheart, come on, Layla. Let's do a scene. You're a middle-aged woman. Somewhere in Northeast Hampshire, let's say Fleet. Your family does not understand you. Your husband is emotionally unavailable! You have a migraine. Play out the scene. How? Right? How would a 7-year-old play out that scene? The answer is I did, and I did it very well. I was in the drama school! Obviously I was in the drama school! Not my brother and sister, just me, 3 nights a week in my living room. My mum taught me everything, like, the first boy I ever fancied was in the Helen Bauer School of Drama. My mum found out I fancied him, and she was like, oh my God, amazing, let's do a couple sex scene, Helen. And I was like, oh my God, okay, why not? Let's give it a go. And then she played the woman, and I watched to learn. If we had an argument at home, she would make me improv it in class the next day for everyone else. I played ungrateful, secret-eating daughter so many times. I believe it's called method acting. Yeah, I was method! The weirdest thing she taught me? She taught me how to cry on cue. That was not a skill I needed. I was already crying the entire time. I mean, my mum died in the Titanic before I was born. I have genuinely been through so much. I'm just a crier. I'm an emotional woman, like, and I love crying. And when I say crying, I'm not talking about, like, a little cry, not like a baby bird cry. I had a friend, she once cried because she said her boyfriend loves her too much. Go fuck yourself! If you're gonna cry, you do it with some goddamn dignity. When I cry, I go for it. I do what's known as the life cry. Do you guys know the life cry? It's a cry when you cry about everything that's ever happened, everything that's gonna happen, everything that's happening in that moment. Even though technically nothing's ever happened, it's gonna happen, nothing's happening in that moment, but you're just like, oh my God. Cara. Life. I cry, you call your best friend, can we talk? She says yes, but you can't face it, so you hang up for the attention. Okay, some of you might know it as depression, like chronic depression. Interesting, okay. For anyone not getting this cry, I can best describe it as the cry where you really get the lyrics. To Jeff Buckley's Hallelujah. Even though it reflects our lives in no way. But you're just like, oh my fucking God. Shit. She tied him to the kitchen chair. She broke his throne. And she cut his hair. Oh my God. Did she give him a fringe? It's a powerful cry. And you know that some people think you should only cry and have a breakdown like that at home in private? Idiots. Do it in public, for attention. If you do it at home, who's going to notice? Who's going to ask if you're okay? I only cry because I can't be vulnerable, and I'm just hoping, praying that someone will be like, oh my God, there's something going on with you. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about it? Thing is, they never do, because I can only do it when I'm 3 bottles of wine drunk. And by that point, I'm having a breakdown, and instead of my friends coming up to me and saying, Helen, do you want to talk about something? They just come over and go, seriously, put your tit away and go home. Embarrassing everyone else. Leave. Get on now! Obviously, I don't just walk out into the night. That would be so stupid. Like, quick safety notice for women. Like, when you're leaving on a night out, let your friends do the dance around you. You know, the dance, like, text me when you get home safe. Text me when you get home safe. I'm gonna track your journey. Text me, text me, text me. Which is so important. You have to text your friends when you get home safe. It's just that me, personally, I like to wait an hour. To see who really cares. 'Tis a risky game, but I will test those friendships. It takes me a while to get home. I know as a woman in this day and age, I shouldn't enjoy this so much, but genuinely, I love walking home drunk by myself. I love it. You know when it's raining outside and there's wind in the trees? You're stumbling along, headphones in, full volume. I like to listen to random sad piano music, Sonata 6. Assuming everyone's looking at me from their houses and flats, like, oh my God, where's she going? What's her story? Is she in a music video? Yes. Do you think she's going home? Doubt it. I'm drunk. I'm emotional. I'm gonna eat! Just to quickly check, has everyone here had the privilege of eating a kebab whilst completely shit-faced? It's insane, isn't it? Like, it's biblical. The way the food melts inside your mouth like the inside of a Lindt chocolate ball. Like, what is that? Also, I know it's a comedy show, I don't want to get too scientific, but when you eat when you're drunk, the calories don't count. It's like eating on a train, it's not technically a meal. Smart, smart, smart. The thing is, I've got this cute thing I do, it's so adorable. When I'm drunk and emotional, I can now eat 2 kebabs in the space of time it takes the average human to eat half a kebab. What? Where do you put it? It's just the metabolism thing. Like, look at my wrist. Thing is, I found out in a horrible way. How bullshit is this? If you go into a kebab shop by yourself late at night, crying with a tit hanging out, and order 2 kebabs, they're like, 2 kebabs, where's your friend? What the fuck? I want food, not shame! Luckily, I've got smart about it. I'll tell you what I do, very simple. What you want to do, go to one kebab shop. Order 1 kebab. And then you eat it. On the way to the second kebab shop. It's late at night. There's people in the second kebab shop. You don't want to get caught out. That'll be embarrassing. Wipe yourself down for crumbs. I like to use my training at the Helen Bauer School of Drama to take on the role of woman who has never heard of a kebab before in her life. And you go in the second shop like... What is this place? Sorry, I usually don't come here. I love salad. This is so mad for me. Is it table service? I don't know. Who is Donna? So cute! I don't know why I feel the need to do the show. It's only because I'm always so paranoid whatever I'm doing that everyone's watching me and judging me. You know that feeling, particularly when I'm eating, everyone's looking at me like, oh, why is she eating that? I cannot get over it. I think it's because whatever I do in my life, I'm always like, this has got to be a scene. Surely I'm on, you know? We should be filming this. I just watched way too much reality TV show and grew up in a drama school, and I think it really does a number on your head. Have you guys seen the film The Truman Show? Yeah, it's a good film, right? I feel like most people watch The Truman Show and go, Jim Carrey, a comedic genius as well as a great dramatic actor. I watched it and I was like, oh, that is such a good idea for a TV show. It's amazing, it's such a good idea. Someone must have made it. Someone would have made it. It's so good. But if they'd have made it, I would know about it. Because I watch all those shows. So if it's been made, and I don't know about it, Truman has to be me. What is so frightening about saying that, and most of you going, really quiet, is it just makes me so much more paranoid that you're all actors and you think the scene's gone wrong. Like, I figured it out live on stage in front of you. What are you gonna do? Like, I just think about it. How would I know? How would I know? My first day in life would be my first day on set. My entire life, everyone would be acting around me. And like any baby in any long-running TV show, like EastEnders or Coronation Street, that baby is cast because they are cute. It's around 6 years old, the director looks at that kid and goes, cute kid, can't act. Better replace him. Can't replace me. I'm being Truman'd. Or Bowered. Need to get me some acting lessons. Easiest way to do that, start the Helen Bauer School of Drama in my house. This is the brain I live with! And most people think it would be a nightmare being filmed 24/7. A nightmare? Come on, I would love it. I wouldn't know the cameras were there. They'd capture my full range. They'd finally be able to capture a side of me that I could never show people. Like, I don't know, my vulnerable side. Like, I can't even say it. That is how afraid I am of being vulnerable. I just think I need to be tricked into being vulnerable. I need to be tricked into it. My whole life I've just wanted one of those moments where people look at me and they go, oh my God, what's going on with her? Do you think she's okay? Because no one ever asks randomly, and I'm always doing a show, so no one ever thinks that I'm not okay. No one asks when you're a child because they can't figure it out, but no one asks when you're an adult because they assume you can tell them, because they assume that you are able to communicate. I can't. I just have to hope people figure it out. I think we all know this feeling from school. Like at school, my dream at school was, you know that moment when you're sitting in the classroom, teacher at the front, and the receptionist comes in with a note for one of the students. And we know this note. It's usually that someone's forgotten their school lunch money or like forgot their PE kit. But every now and again, this note was something more. And whenever this receptionist came in, I was just like, what? Is it death? Is it for me? Just so excited at the prospect of being told something awful in front of people. Want to hear something ridiculous? All 4 of my grandparents died when I was at school. My parents told me when I got home. No one said a no. What waste! Could have been a beautiful scene! I mean, how much drama did I want in my life? Like, seriously. I was raised inside of a drama school. I did drama GCSE. I was surrounded by drama, and it was never enough. Of course it was never enough. I mean, look at me. I'm a white middle-class woman from a white middle-class town. There was no drama. We created our own. Our only currency growing up was imagined emotional trauma. And my God, did we love it. When I was 13, our 2 drama teachers at my school did something amazing. They decided that everyone in my year had to write and perform a monologue to the rest of their class, which is a terrifying exercise. And we could do anything we wanted. Like, it could be comedic, silly, slapstick even. But my God, we went dark. And we went dark hard. The boys, they were okay at it. Like, they were okay. Like, every boy in my year pretended to be a drug addict on the back of a motorcycle, which was just like a classroom chair they turned around, and they were like, oh my God, I'm just so addicted to smack. And it's like, okay, George, your mum shops at Waitrose, you're fine. The girls, so much worse. We'd read Jacqueline Wilson. We knew what we were doing. One girl in my year, incredible, age 13, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be a wife who had just murdered her ex-husband, wiping the blood off her hands. Another girl, age 13, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be an evacuee child, lost at a station during World War II. Amazing. My friend, age 12, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be a 6-year-old, writing a letter to her daddy, who had just died in 9/11. Her dad worked in the Domino's in town. We saw him all the time. He'd never been to America. You know what she got? Full marks. Now, there was one thing all my classmates' monologues had in common. They were dramatic, sure. But you knew they weren't true. Because they were set in a different time zone, or they were playing a different age. And I cannot make this clear enough, that my monologue was not true. But my God, did I try and make it plausible. Because I wrote a monologue, written by me, directed by the Helen Bauer School of Drama at home. She had to be involved, she had to. About a 13-year-old girl who was being sexually abused by her dad. I wore my own pajamas that I ripped myself at the crotch for extra marks. I got an A. Thank you. And I cannot make this clear enough, because this is truly the message of the show. My dad has never hugged me, let alone fucked me. Are we clear? He's a lovely man! He's a lovely man, as Michael Bauer, a good man! I hate that in my show all I do is whinge about my mum. I feel like society at large, like, blame the mother, nothing on the dad. But seriously, my dad, genuinely, so inconsequential. I just have one of those dads. I don't even call my dad Dad. No sad reason there. It's just, if I'm on a street, like, calling out, Dad! Dad, Dad, Dad! Every dad ever will turn around. Random people will turn around. Children, dogs. I get nothing until I'm like, Michael Bauer! And he's like, oh, hi, Helen, do you want to go Bella Italia? Or... It's his entire vibe. He's had 3 jobs in his entire life. 3. First, he was a dustbin man. Loved it. Why wouldn't he? He thrived. Second, lawnmower at Chesterton World of Adventures. In his words, it was more of a zoo then. I don't know why that's important. But out of everything in the show, that's one thing he wants to be clear. And currently he works in sewage, because your business is our business. We're number 1 with your number 2s. He's disgusting, okay? I just don't understand him. My dad and me are so different. I spend my entire life projecting how I want people to see me. He doesn't care at all. He has no control. He has no control and no self-awareness. 'Tis a bad mix. I'll give you an example. You know how everyone in the world has one anecdote that they think really sums them up? Like an anecdote about a time they were an incredibly adventurous person, an incredibly generous person. My dad has one of these anecdotes that he loves telling people. I'm going to tell you what his anecdote is, and you just tell me what you get from it. Because he thinks it's a story about the time he was an incredible water engineer. So the story goes, Dad, this one time, I was in the shower and I shit myself. Question 1, if you're in a bathroom and you shit yourself anywhere other than the toilet, what the hell is happening with you? In his defense, he does always make it clear he was mad desperate, so I get it, accidents happen. Like, I'm not gonna be a bitch about it, right? So he's in the shower and he shits himself. And he looks down on the shit, you gotta look, right? Looks down and goes, oh. Can't leave a shit in the shower. So he uses his brain and he mashes it down with his big toe through the drain. He thinks that is the story of a time he was an engineer. That is the story of the time you waffle-stomped your way to glory and nothing else. Also, question 2, if you were that desperate, the shit should come out as liquid. The fact it was solid enough, a toe got involved. The man made a choice. If I had done that, I would take it to my grave. No one would ever hear that story. But he's telling everyone, could you imagine being that vulnerable with people? To openly tell them that in conversation? For me, if I want to open up to someone, I just drop it into conversations, like little hints. Like they'll be like, oh, like, how are you? And I'll be like, oh, I'm good. And like, how are you? And they're like, I'm good. And I'm like, oh my God, me too. But like, I'm gonna go because I think I'm gonna kill myself. And they're like, oh my God, what? And I'm like, oh, I'm already gone. Like, that is the only way. The only way. And trying to learn to be vulnerable one-on-one, because like genuinely, I love one-on-one conversations. Like, I'm a wine drinker, I'm a crier. Obviously, I love it. You know those deep life chats when you sit down with someone, usually the night before they become your best friend or your life partner, that night where you drink all the alcohol and talk about everything that's ever happened to you. These chats are amazing. The only thing that's annoying about these conversations is you'll be talking about your childhood, and then they start talking about their childhood. And it's like, no. We are not done discussing my childhood yet. Wait your turn. I just think with these conversations, there is a tendency with my generation for them to get a little bit competitive as to which one of you had the more tragic childhood. Even though we know you can't compare tragedies, and we mustn't, my God, my generation, we will try. I know this happens because I was talking to this really nice girl at a house party, like basic like you, but so fun, right? And she said when she was younger, her mum was distant. And it's like, oh, the old out tragedy and game. Game on. I said, when I was younger, my mum was super distant. She said, oh really? Because my mum was super really distant, and I like winning. So I said, well, my mum's dead! I am aware we have established my mother is not dead, she is living. I didn't call her up immediately. I was like, guess what you were doing? Did I told someone you were dead? And she was like, Helen, how fun. Obviously she loved it, she's my mother. She's like, oh my God, how did I die? Car, cancer, boat, again? She was proud of me. She's my mother, she taught me how to out tragedy in conversation. Problem is, I can't play it with her because she's so good at it. She's had more practice. Like, a couple of years ago was my 26th birthday. It's also the first birthday that both my parents completely forgot about. Just missed it. Which, obviously, as per gender roles, Dad is excused. That's Mum's problem. Also, can we just admit, there is nothing better for a woman in her 20s than her mum messing up. And you getting to point out her mistake. Haha, you messed up, old bitch. Here I come! I went to meet her the following week and I was like, Mum, it was my birthday at the weekend and you missed it. What happened? And she was like, I don't want to talk about your birthday right now. I was like, you didn't at the weekend either, so that's fine. She was like, no, it's not that. It's just that. I'm leaving your father. Good! Step up! That is how you play the game. Also, my mum read a book on how to announce divorce to your children, but aimed at 6-year-olds. Because she was like, Helen, it doesn't mean that Dad and I love you any less. It's like, yes, it fucking does. You both forgot my birthday. It's terrible parenting. And then she was annoyed at me. She was annoyed at me because she wanted a proper reaction. Because technically, we had done the scene before. I think she wanted it more like it was in the living room. Where she'd be like, Helen, I'm leaving your father, and I'd be a Victorian street child. Like, Mater, Peter, apart, what we do for Michaelmas? Like, something like that. She really wanted me to drop my guard and for us to have a proper conversation, but I couldn't do it. Of course I couldn't do it. My mum told me she was leaving my dad. I was just so distracted thinking, oh my God, like, the actor who plays Michael has been fired. The producers warned him, they did. They said, do not tell that shit story one more time, Michael, but he couldn't stop himself. I couldn't handle it. I could not handle that moment. Of course I couldn't. I was supposed to have a moment with my mum and open up and talk sensibly, but I couldn't do it because I'm so trapped in my own head. I'm always doing the Helen show. I'm always on. Like, whenever I meet someone, it's like, hi, I'm Helen, I'm 6'1", I've got a back and I speak fluent German. Like, it's too much. It'd be amazing to get out of my head just for a moment. And I know I'm not the only person who's like this, who's always on for people, trying to project something. I know this because I cannot go for a night out without meeting a woman who goes, oh my God, you are such a card. You are just like my friend Sarah. You've got to meet her. Number one, I don't want to meet myself. Could you imagine how insane that would be? 2 of us in one place. Also, I don't want to meet myself. She'd do all the same conversational tricks I do. We'd see right through each other. Then yes, I'm an arrogant little cunt. I go and meet Sarah just in case. She might be amazing. So I go outside to meet Sarah. And there's just this amazing row of women. I'm so flattered. Just so beautiful, so smart, so poised. And it's like, yes, which one of you angels is Sarah? And they just part in the middle to a woman lying in the street. Fringe up here. 3 empty wine bottles around her. 2 kebabs in hand. Tit hanging out, not great. Just looking up at me like, oh my God. It's like looking in a mirror. Are you kidding me? All of my friends like, oh my God, it's you, it's literally you. You're like twins. She's so funny, isn't she so funny? And it's like, do you think she's funny? She's having a breakdown. Someone talk to her, someone help her. All of them are just looking at me confused. So I have to step up. I have to talk to her the way that I wish people would talk to me sometimes. Just take me seriously. I have to grab her, pick her up, and say, Sarah, talk to me. Sarah. I know you're super concerned and frightened to open up to people and tell them that you're not always having the best time because you're frightened that if you tell them that you're not always on, that they won't like you anymore. They'll see you as someone sad and they don't want to hang out with you. But Sarah, that's not going to happen. Drop the act. Just take a moment because I'm here to listen. So for once in your life, Sarah, be vulnerable. But I will go first. I have been through so much more. April 15th, 1912, my mum died of the Titanic!
Thank you very much.